Good afternoon and welcome back into the WNK channels here. I am George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here for Weather Now Kentucky, and things are starting to get going here as expected. We kind of told you that this would kind of be the time frame things would get going here. Now, what we didn't have occur was any afternoon, really any big storms throughout the afternoon hours. Now we're starting to get into the actual cold front moving through, and some cells are beginning to jump in front of that. We do have a couple severe warnings around the area right now, and so we felt like it was best to go live as things are starting to get evolving here throughout the state over the next few hours. I'm going to give it about 30 seconds, and then we'll start diving into the information here. Of course, as always, if you wouldn't mind, tap the share button at the bottom portion of your screen here. I would appreciate that. Get this on your news feed so that your friends and family can view it and get informed and up to date on what to expect and have a resource to go to throughout this event. Now, we'll be live with you throughout the duration of this event, so you can leave and come back. If you want to throw us up on your TV instead of holding it in your phone on Facebook, you can actually watch us on YouTube as well and put it on your smart TV and kind of sit back and stay here along with us. We do have a spotter that we're going to be watching tonight. We have two spotters we'll be watching tonight as well, so we'll be able to try to have some live views of things. And we're ready to rock and roll here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar that we have coming up. So we do have one severe warning right now down in southwestern Kentucky. Now this one has been strengthening over the last 15 minutes or so, and if it can root down to the ground, there's no doubt in my mind this would become a supercell and produce something strong down in that neck of the woods. So we'll keep an eye on that. We are also keeping an eye on the Louisville area, as there is a strong line right here, little squall line that wants to push through, and model data has been very consistent with turning this into a supercell by the time it reaches Louisville. Now we'll keep an eye on that. If that's the case, obviously that would be one of the worst case scenarios, but hopefully that can continue to just stay where it's at and just be a severe thunderstorm and not really produce anything tornadic. I will tell you that this cell does have a history of producing a tornado warning back out toward the Evansville area. And so we're going to keep an eye on these all together, and we do expect this to evolve throughout the night as we head into the late night hours here. Now, I want to show you real quickly that if you missed it, there is a tornado watch active for pretty much the entire state, with the exception of the left side, the far left or the far western side of the state, and the far, far, far northeastern portions of the state. I'm not really sure why this is not tornado watch as well, but it is what it is. So these are your severe thunderstorm warnings out here in red. By the way, so the pink is indicative of the tornado watch. Now, the tornado watch ends at different times for different sections. Let's go ahead and click on here real quickly. You can see this one out here to the east ends at 8 p.m., and that includes central Kentucky as well. This one to the west includes western Kentucky. It ends at 7 p.m. So either way, 7 to 8 p.m., kind of what we've been talking about for the last 24 to 36 hours, 7 to 8 p.m. being the main time frame to watch things here. Now, what I want to note to you real quickly as I pull some of this stuff up, there's our Twitter, by the way, if you haven't followed our Twitter. This is StormNet. We're going to be using this throughout the evening. I want to make you familiar with this. This is an operational experimental website, so it's not 100% official or 100% accurate. However, we've been using this for the last month or two, and it seems to be really close on a lot of things on. And what this site tries to do is tries to predict a tornado before it occurs, which has not been done yet. So that's why it's experimental. And that's why we kind of put the caution out there that this might not be 100% accurate. However, I have found this to be somewhat spot on things, and you can see it's lighting up the Louisville area right now in northern Kentucky. Now, we do expect things to evolve as we head into the evening, and that's why that tornado watch has been issued. So just because things haven't really popped off just yet does not mean anyone is in the clear. In fact, no one is all clear except for far western Kentucky, basically from Paducah to Murray to points west. That's about it. Other than that, everyone else is still under an all hazards watch for tonight. The National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center did change a couple of things for their most recent outlook. I'll have to go find what I did with it. I'll have to just open up a new one. They did change a couple of things, not too many major differences here. They pulled the moderate risk from eastern Kentucky and put it down back into a 3 out of 5 risk instead of the 4 out of 5, which I agree with. By the way, in case you missed it, this is the forecast that we posted yesterday afternoon. If I have the right one here, I do. Okay, this is the forecast that I posted for yesterday afternoon. What in the world? Why is that? Where did my images go? There it is. By the way, here we go. So this is the forecast that we posted yesterday afternoon, and you can see now the National Weather Service pretty much agrees with our forecast. Kind of took them a while to get there, but it's pretty much spot on at this point. If you were to look at this and then pull it out and look at the other one, pretty much spot on at this point. So this is the forecast that we made 36 hours ago. This is the forecast that they made about 30 minutes ago. So you can see we're going as forecasted so far, at least per our forecast. Let me close this out real quick. So everything's still on par. I think it was a little bit delayed. Don't get me wrong. I think it was a little bit delayed. The cold front really stalled out in like the Missouri and Illinois areas for quite some time, and it took a little bit of time for the low pressure to actually eject. And once it did, that's when things really began to pop off. So that's the general outlook there. It's still pretty much generally the same, just a few changes. The tornado outlook is a little bit different. Again, they pulled the highest zone out of eastern Kentucky, put it more into central Kentucky, and I would agree with that as well. 15 to 30% risk of a tornado within a 25-mile point. And then a greater than 10% probability of a significant tornado, which is EF2 or greater for that red zone or in the hatched zone. So that's kind of what we're looking at now. No really point in showing model data at this point because we're in the middle of the event. Let's go ahead and take a look at the actual wind speeds here and kind of see if we see any rotation at all. So this one was beginning to rotate a little bit. Let me go ahead and go ahead and already switch over to the full display here. And of course the full display is not working. So there we go. I don't know what that was. Anyway, this is the full display here. So as you can see, this one is trying to rotate. It really is. And it's been trying to rotate for about 30 minutes now. It just hasn't been able to realize its full potential. And what I mean by that is there is an abundant amount of storm juice, storm energy, whatever you want to call it. Whatever your fancy term is for it, there's an abundant amount of it. However, these storms have just not been able to really latch onto it and really get down to the surface and really produce significant stuff, which is great news so far. Obviously, we want them to just kind of stay, a regular severe thunderstorm, which is still damage producing in its own. However, it's obviously not as significant as a tornado. So luckily, they kind of stayed tame so far. The only caveat to that is actually the cloud deck that we're seeing. So if I zoom in here to, let's say, just go right into Kentucky's view, we know we have all this storm action out here. However, you see the multiple cloud breaks, which means that there may be an ability for a storm to pass through an area, and then you get an immediate cloud break and sunshine comes back through, and then all of a sudden you're unstable again rapidly. So that's kind of the fear for tonight, is that we'll have multiple cells passing through the same area. However, they'll have brief periods in between each cell that can destabilize the environment. So that's the fear for tonight. I will tell you that not much of the forecast has changed so far. We still think this is a significant weather alert day. Again, we had over 20 tornado warnings this morning. That was the first wave. This wave is looking just as potent as well, and for a greater chunk of the area. So that's kind of the wrap up of where we are right now. We'll continue to be live with you throughout the night. So let's go ahead and get into some of your questions and get into some of these notifications now. I want to say real quickly, thank you guys so much for sharing the video. I appreciate your help with that. You guys getting it on your news feed so that your friends and family can view it helps so much. You have no idea. So thank you so much to everyone on Facebook that's hitting the share button. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone on YouTube that's hitting the thumbs up button and hitting the subscribe button. Thank you so much for that. Brita, thank you for the 10 stars. I appreciate that. Kristen with 100 stars. Thank you so much. Kristen with another 20 stars. Thank you a ton for those as well. And then we're caught up on those. So thank you very much, guys, for your stars. Sorry, by the way, I've seen a lot of your messages, a lot of DMs today. We've gotten over I want to say over 150 DMs today, or direct messages. I've seen them. It's not been able. I've not had time to respond. I hope you guys understand that. Is it true the governor issued a state of emergency? Joey, it is true. He did issue a state of emergency, I believe, about an hour ago, because of the National Weather Service kind of informing him what was to come and trying to prepare and mobilize. So a lot of people get confused by a state of emergency. A state of emergency is just a legal way of getting more funds to get more people to help out with things in case things go sideways. And it is always, in this type of situation, it is always better to take care of that beforehand than to be stuck trying to play catch up. So, yeah, I think it was a good move. Jennifer, I appreciate that update there. Sean, thank you so much. Everybody's local independent, but any plans to cover more of the upper Kentucky, Ohio area to include Cincinnati? We have plans for the future to launch other portions or other sites of Weather Now, to eventually have a main Weather Now, and then you'll have Weather Now Kentucky, Weather Now Indiana, Weather Now Ohio. That's the vision. Everything just takes time though. Rome wasn't built in a day. Did the rain earlier help weaken these storms? Not at all, Lisa. If anyone's asking about specific forecast info, most of 98% of it is still the same as when we talked about for the last last 2 live broadcasts and throughout the several posts that we made today. If you don't know what the forecast information is, it's on our Twitter, it's on our Facebook. You can scroll through and look at that. At this point, we're kind of done giving forecast details because now it's more of a nowcast event. If you don't know what a nowcast event is, basically it's what it sounds like. You cast as the event rolls through. So at this time, I can just tell you tornado watches go through 8 p.m. Eastern time for most places, 10 p.m. for some reason. In some places, I don't think we'll need a tornado watch that long. But all hazards are still on the table. I do think that the hail threat is growing for Eastern Kentucky while the tornado threat is decreasing for Eastern Kentucky. What I mean by Eastern Kentucky, obviously this far right portion here, basically from, let's say, Richmond, Berea, London to points east. I think the hail threat is growing out there because as storms move east, they'll become a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. Elevated storms typically produce hail and winds, not tornadoes. Now, I'm not going to rule out tornadic activity, but I'm just saying I think it's more of a hail threat on that side, whereas in central and western Kentucky, the tornado threat is probably greatest. And Mitchell with the 50 stars, thank you so much. Amber, 20 stars, thank you for those as well. I appreciate your guys' star donations. Mariah, thank you for the update there. Yeah, JT, you got a couple storm chasers in Louisville, a couple storm chasers in Elizabethtown, a couple storm chasers at Bowling Green. They're pretty much lining the I-65 line, which pretty much goes on par with our forecast. We've been in communication with 2 storm chasers as well that we're going to view tonight, and we'll give them shout-outs as needed. We got there's a lot, and I think Reed Timmer is in southeastern Indiana, ready to move to Louisville. Everyone's ready to rock and roll. How bad does Hardin County look for tonight? It's the same forecast as earlier, Harley. Pamela with 99 stars. Jennifer with 200 stars. Tamara with 150 stars. Mitchell with 20. Thank you guys so much for all the star donations. I appreciate you guys a ton. Serena, it is. You have a secondary line out here, so we have a tornado warning now, and this is what we kind of were concerned about. This is what we were concerned about, truly. Louisville is obviously in the direct path of this tornado. Currently, it's in Indiana, so we're not going to talk about it too much. But this is the concern. These storms can turn tornadic literally any second. There's so much energy out there, and this is why you see those storm chasers that are prepared in the Louisville area. We hope that if any tornado hits anywhere, it's obviously a very less populated spot than the biggest city in Kentucky. So we're going to take a look at this and see if there's any accurate measurements on wind velocities. No rotation down there on that southern one just yet. Let's go and take a look up here toward the Louisville area. We are definitely seeing some rotation here, and it looks like it's tightening up quite a bit. Let's go ahead and do the 4 corners and see what we got rolling. Now, this is going to look absolutely wild, but there's a lot of stuff to look at here. So this bottom right is your correlation chart. Whenever this starts lighting up big blues and greens in a tight circle, that's a debris ball, which basically means that debris is being lofted up into the atmosphere for the radar to read. And then you have this on the bottom left. That is your digital. I'm going to tell you guys this now so you kind of understand throughout the night. This is your digital vertically integrated liquid. Basically, what all that mumbo jumbo means is that is your hail core, and it tries to measure the hail core if there is one. Okay, and of course the super res reflectivity up in the top left there is going to help us identify what the storm looks like. Sarah says 200 stars. Says thank you for informative information. My family appreciates you. I appreciate your star donation. Thank you so much. All the forecast info is the same that we've posted for the last 36 hours, guys. So not a whole lot has changed, truly. The green dot that you guys were seeing are just radar sites. Are you talking about this one right here? I'm assuming you're talking about this one right here. That's just a radar site. So if I take the radar site map off, you don't see it anymore. So it's just a radar site. Nothing to be concerned with there. Again, we are concerned with this tornado warning that is heading toward the Louisville areas. Right now, it's mostly in Indiana. It does clip very far northern portions of Kentucky right here. I don't know what just happened to my voice right there. But this is a concerning look. We got a little hook right there. We have a little bowing section that we're looking at. Let's see here. We definitely have some rotation that's popping up on that top right side there. Let's go pull this back out here and just do it side by side so it doesn't look absolutely as crazy. we are seeing a small correlation drop, which may indicate debris being lofted, which may indicate a tornado is on the ground. By the way, for those of you that are curious, this morning, that round that produced over 20 tornado warnings, so far, and they're still doing surveys, so far there have been 5 confirmations of a tornado. I believe mostly on eastern Kentucky. However, there was one in Bloomfield, and one right next to that county as well. I'd have to go back and look for confirmation. But right now, I believe it stands at 5, but they're still doing surveys. Caddy with 45 stars, thank you so much for that. Thank you guys for all the shares. I appreciate seeing those go up. Thank you for helping me spread our information around. And welcome to all the new followers and subscribers today. Nelson County, yes. And Anderson, that's what I was thinking of. Matthew, thank you so much. Anderson County, yes. And then I think there was 2 there, and then I think there were 3 out in eastern Kentucky. I know there was one on the south side of Lexington. I think not Lexington, but somewhere south. I'd have to go look, guys. It's been an extremely long day. But what I'm kind of getting at here is it's already been a pretty volatile day, and we do expect that this should continue throughout this afternoon and evening here. I'm going to take a look around here, just around this line on the east or west side of Kentucky, and just kind of take a look and make sure nothing is going on here. We do have some brief rotation down here going in towards Central City. That's the one that we've been watching for a while there. They did allow the severe warning to expire down toward Princeton. That's pretty much merging into a line at this point. So the fear at this point is that this whole entire, see how they're kind of split, right? And typically we'd want that. However, with a night like tonight, if these continue to kind of go how they're going, which is pretty much to form a straight line and congeal, as soon as they congeal, they'll get a little bit weaker for about 10 minutes, and then they'll just and then they'll create a squall line, kind of like what we saw in eastern Kentucky this morning. So that's the fear at the moment. We're obviously going to keep an eye on that. Don't see any real. Oh my gosh, my radar just completely freaked out on me. Don't see any real pockets of rotation. There are. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some reversing winds, but I don't see any real deep pockets of rotation. There is a little bit of rotation up here. Again, just to the west of Corydon, heading toward Corydon, and then perhaps over toward the Louisville areas as well, if I can get my radar to work. So we're really going to keep an eye. We're really going to keep an eye on this area just to the west of the Louisville area. And this severe thunderstorm warning, it does include northern portions of, what is that, Meade County? Northern portions of Meade County up there in northern Kentucky there. No, Bethany, I think it's equal chances, truly. For everyone asking about forecast information, again, nothing has really changed too much since our morning discussions, since our evening discussions last night, and since all the posts that we made. So if you need any forecast information or don't know what to expect, and I don't answer your question, there's plenty of forecast information all over our Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. You can go read or watch any of those videos or posts and get forecast information that way as well. There is a tornado warning issue. That is correct. It's up here for just west of Louisville, and it does include the very, very, very northern portions of Meade County. It really seems like all of the severe stuff is running south of the original prediction. I would probably disagree with that because this is our original prediction, right? And we have it for central and northeastern Kentucky. And if we look at this, right, it's starting to get its act together now, which is between Owensboro and Hopkinsville. And it'll continue to get stronger as it heads east. So if we look at our forecast, right, and we pull this up, Owensboro and Hopkinsville is just in that 3 out of 5 zone. And then as soon as you get east of Hopkinsville and Owensboro, you start to get into the 4 out of 5 zone, right? So you're talking about it being almost right on par, truly. So I have to disagree with that. Will the stuff in Louisville affect Louisville? I believe so, Loretta. How about Columbus? We don't cover Ohio. I'm sorry. You have to find somebody else for information up there, Linda. Yes, all the cells are pretty much heading east-northeast. It feels cooler outside. Does that mean anything good? No, that's just the northerly winds trying to push in. So you have northerly winds that are going on above our surface, and then you have southerly winds at the surface. So the wind gusts are going to feel chilly, but it's actually still pretty warm outside. And for those of you that are just now tuning in and may have missed it, the Tornado Watch still covers a great chunk of Kentucky tonight. Still all the way until 8 p.m. Eastern time, I believe, is the cutoff time for that. Oh my goodness, I just kicked my desk. Are those little black dots damage reports? They are damage reports. That is correct. There's so many comments going by so fast. I'm so sorry, guys. I want to say real quickly, thank you again for everyone that's sharing and liking the videos. I appreciate that. After this line passes through northwestern Kentucky, are they in the clear? I do believe so. Let me take a double check on that, though, and just make sure. Looks like there's some backside here, but the main line is definitely this one right here. So as long as this line passes through, most people will be good after that. There might be some redevelopment, so I'm not going to sit there and say that 100% all clear, but it should be trending that direction. I'm no longer seeing any real evidence of rotation in that northern cell, which is great news. Trenton, I appreciate that. By the way, Sierra, thank you for the 50 stars. I appreciate that. Spencer and Anderson County, pretty much the same forecast as we talked about for the last 36 hours there. Bowling Green concerns on what time? Same as everywhere else in Kentucky. All hazards are on the table until about 8 p.m. Eastern time. Are the storms moving into Bowling Green currently severe? They are not currently severe. What about that rotation near Nortonville? Let's take a look at that for you real quickly because that is severe warned down there. So let's take a little quick peek over there. Which radar would be better for this? Looks like the Hopkinsville radar would be better for this potentially. Let's go and take a look at this for you. There's definitely a little bit of rotation there, but it's not extremely tight at all. Now, we'll keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't tighten up. Let's go ahead and check to a different radar here. It's showing the same thing. Check a different radar here. It's showing the same thing. So there is rotation there, absolutely, but it's not tight enough to really cause a concern for tornadic activity at this moment. It looks more like a hell core, and that's what we see on the bottom of the portion of your screen here. See how that's lit up? That's indications of a hell core that may be as a result of that strong cell there. So that tells us that these cells are still elevated. They're not next to the surface just yet. If they can get rooted to the surface, then they'll have absolutely no issue becoming potentially tornadic. Yeah, Owens, bro, it's currently non-severe there, but however, there's a lot of lightning involved with that, so it's going to sound absolutely rowdy. Thank you for the 100 stars. Jan Paul says, how was Monticello looking? I think you're a little bit too far southeast of the main stuff, but you could definitely still be looking at a large hail threat as well as damaging winds for that area later on tonight. Casey, thank you for your 99 stars as well, and Sierra, thank you for your 50 stars. I appreciate that. Do you feel pretty confident that more tornadoes will happen this evening? I feel confident in the environment that it supports tornadic activity. It's all about if the storms actually get rooted to the surface. A lot of these storms right now are still elevated, which means they're not next to the surface, which means they're not really supportive of tornadic activity. However, I can tell you that the environment is absolutely juiced. Absolutely juiced. So if they do get to the surface and a supercell stays alone, it could produce a significantly strong tornado. It's just all about if the storms get on that surface. Yeah, temps went way up when that sunshine came through, didn't it? The line in Owensboro, is that the main line, low pressure? It is. Louisville, you're about 30, 40 minutes away from this severe thunderstorm being in your area, and it is tornado warned currently. We'll see if that continues that way. Justin, no, because some cells are jumping in front of the line. So, like, this is the actual main line back here. I want to point this out real quickly. So this is the actual main line out here. What you're seeing out here in front are prefrontal supercells that may stay discrete and push in and create havoc, obviously. So a couple of small clusters to worry about here. Did they renew that? Bo Phelps with the 500 stars says, thank you, brother, for everything you do for this community. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you, brother. No severe for Mount Sullivan? No, I wouldn't say that, Jan. I would say that the odds aren't as high as they are in like Central Kentucky. Steven with the 1,000 stars with Greyhawk Roofing. Thank you so much, Steven, with the 1,000 stars. And obviously, guys, choose Greyhawk Roofing. If anything goes sideways here, great company there. Thank you, Steven, for those 1,000 stars, I should say. Any chance of a tornado in Owensboro? It's so dark. This line's pushing through your area now. Currently, it's not looking tornadic. I can check again for you, though. There is some brief rotation along the entire line, but nothing's tight enough to really be concerned with at this moment. I'm actually going to go ahead and switch radars just to make sure. Yeah, nothing too concerning at the moment. It looks more like a straight wall of winds rather than tornadic winds. And that might be the case tonight, guys. I know there's a significant tornado threat. Significant tornado odds put out by the Storm Prediction Service and by us, to be honest with you. But there could definitely be a scenario where this sets up more like a straight line wind damage event. And if that is the case, they would be significant straight line winds. Either way, the severe mode, it doesn't really matter because damages are going to occur as this line pushes through. For everyone asking if there's, I see a lot of comments asking if there's a chance of a tornado in their area. I just want to show you this map once more from the Storm Prediction Center out of the National Weather Service. So there's a lot of people asking if there's a tornado chance in their area. I just want to show you once more that the tornado chances are high in pretty much all of Kentucky with the exception of about 15 counties. So that means about 91% of Kentucky, if my math is right, is covered in a elevated chance for tornadic activity. Now, does that mean a monster outbreak and everyone in Kentucky gets a tornado? Absolutely not. But I'm just telling you that the chances are equal pretty much everywhere. So for those of you that are asking, there's a lot of you asking if tornado odds are higher in your area or if you're going to see one. I can't guarantee a tornado, obviously. If I could, I'd go play the lottery. But I'm just telling you that the environment is suitable for tornadic activity almost everywhere in Kentucky through about 8 p.m. Eastern time or until the cold front passes you. Aaliyah, thank you for 20 stars. I can't guarantee that that storm near Hopkinsville is the only one you'll see. So let's currently look at the entire radar here. Southern Indiana seems to be getting more severe at this time with a couple tornado warnings up there, which is kind of odd because the better energy is down here in Kentucky and Tennessee. But, you know, Mother Nature never likes to play by what you think should happen. Courtney, thank you for the 125 stars. I appreciate that. Karen with the 99 stars. Thank you so much. And the Paris Tennessee. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at Paris. I don't look down at Tennessee, so I honestly have not looked at much data down there. Genuinely, I don't want to give you a false answer. Bethany with the 99 stars. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Carmi, that's correct. It's been a kind of an off and on thing tonight, hasn't it? Karis, thank you for the 100 stars. Says thank you for everything you do for us. Since you can never pronounce my name correctly, it's Icarus. Oh, Icarus. Oh my gosh, I still said it wrong. Icarus. Okay, like the Greek myth. I got you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate your 100 stars. Does anyone else keep yelling at the sun to tell it to go away? I do because I more than anything, it's making it more humid outside. Spinning in Radcliffe? What's spinning in Radcliffe? I don't really see anything spinning in Radcliffe. In fact, there's not a ton. Now this one's trying to spin up a little bit. Let's switch radars. It's trying to spin up a little bit. I wouldn't call it anything to really worry about just yet. But it's definitely trying to spin up a little bit down there. But that's kind of really the only spot at the moment. Even this one up here toward the Corydon, Indiana area, where that is technically tornado warned, it's really not even spinning that much as well right now. So not a whole lot of spins going on at the moment. Something important. It was going across I-65. Um, Corden, Indiana across I-65. I'm not sure what you mean, because I-65 is over here and Corden's over here. And I-65 runs this way and Corden's all the way over here. So I'm not... Just give me some more clarification there. Let's see here. The Louder Tales, skies bright, clear, sunny, and Radcliffe at 4:55. Thank you for the update there. I appreciate that. There's a tornado warning in Shelby County, but I haven't heard much on the area. Just hopping on, so I'd hope I didn't miss you mention it. There's not a tornado warning in Shelby County. There's a tornado watch, which is different. So if you guys don't know what a difference between a watch and a warning is, a watch is the ingredients are favorable for that storm mode to develop. The watch is that it's actually happening. Take to your safe, take cover, get to your safe spot at this time. So that's the difference between those two things. Nadia, thank you for your 310 stars. Thank you so much for that. Can you show what direction they're going? The one that is trying to spin. They're all heading east-northeast. So they're all heading, basically, my art's not very good there, but they're all kind of heading in the direction of that arrow at the moment. Just to kind of help you a little bit. You can also tell by the shape of the boxes. So if you see a box going this way and it's heading up this way, that's the shape of the storm as well. Thank you, Lydia, for the update there. Appreciate that. Is a storm near Simpson going to turn severe? It doesn't look like it at this time, but again, it could change. It could change on a moment's notice. Lynn, it would have to I think it would have to take it a long time for this to fizzle out. I think by nightfall, it doesn't really change a whole lot. It's all moving to E-Town. I mean, so by that point, it gets to E-Town, it will congeal into a line. So I don't think you're getting hit by every single cell on the radar. It would all congeal into a single line at that point. Windy, sunny, 73 in Hodgeville. Cassie, thank you for the update there. Appreciate you. Thundering in Lexington, thank you for the update. When will it hit Bullitt County? Sometime in the next couple of hours. Probably looking at 8 p.m. as the latest time frame there. Thank you for the information. Monticello is a small place in a lot of mobile homes. Jan, thank you for the update there for the 35 stars. I appreciate you. Karen with the 500 stars. Thank you so much. Alicia with the 20 stars says, will that line come down towards Georgetown, Kentucky? Georgetown will eventually get hit by a line. This line right here as well, but it'll be probably about 3 hours before it gets, 2 or 3 hours before it gets there. So while it gets hot and then boom storm, that's just the time of year. It's just the time of year that we're in. Anytime we get warm weather, it almost seems like we end up with severe weather to follow. Kristen with a 200 stars says, thank you, George. We appreciate you keeping us informed. Thank you so much with your 200 stars. And I appreciate everyone sending stars. I also appreciate everyone that's commenting, asking questions. I appreciate everyone that is sharing and liking the videos on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you guys a lot with your effort with that. The shares mean more than anything to me because that means we're getting more information on more folks. So thank you guys so much for helping us out with those goals. Any info on Butler County included in that tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern time, I believe. Thank you for the update there, Maria. Rough River, tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern time. Yes, after this far back line gets through your area will be done. So after this far back line gets through your area, and eventually it'll develop more down there too, then you'll be done. So really, only people that are all clear for tonight is people that are behind the lines, like Henderson, Evansville, back out here toward far western Kentucky and the Illinois border, and Paducah, Murray, Mayfield. These people out here are all clear. Once these lines get past you, basically this boundary right here, once that gets past you, that's when you're all clear. So that's why you can see why I'm telling everyone, hey, you got to tell 8 p.m. Eastern time because it's going to take a while for this line to move through. Barstown's probably got a couple of hours. Do I think the tornado watch will extend later tonight? I don't think so. I think they finally got it right. Sarah, thank you for that update there. Christian, I think there's equal chances for it to be equal. What I mean by that is I don't think any one line is going to be stronger than the other. I think it's pretty equal at this point. Update on Corden. Let's go ahead and take a look up there real quickly because that one will impact Louisville soon. So let's go and take a look at that one just to kind of get updated. Still not seeing any real big rotation pockets with it. It's still tornado warm because they're trimming it as it's going. That gives you confidence that it's probably weakening into just a straight line wind damage event there for the Corden area heading into Louisville. We'll continue to keep an eye on that for everyone though. Georgetown's got a couple of hours. Radcliffe and Hardin County's got about an hour, hour and a half as well. Tabitha, I think that's pretty useless at this point because, as you kind of mentioned, most featured radars are off par, so it would likely be off par as well. I think it's pretty useless. Elisa, thank you for the 99 stars. I appreciate that. Charlie with the 99 stars as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your all-star donations. Thank you guys a ton for all of those. New Haven, Kentucky. Got a couple of hours until it gets there as well. Oak Grove. It should be in your area here very soon as well. Breckenridge County, Tommy. You probably got about 40 minutes-ish. I don't think so, Caitlin. Once it becomes a line, or once it forms a line, does it become a big concern? I don't think it becomes a bigger concern. It just shifts. So the storm mode type shifts to that point. So these are discrete supercells. Or they're not really supercells yet, actually. But these are discrete cells, right? They're not really in a line at this point. This is a linear system right here. So this is a pretty clear, well-formed line that's pushing through the area, right? In front of that are more discrete cells. So these would be different. They're not, the concern doesn't heighten or fall. The storm mode type changes. So these would ideally, these down here that are in front of the line would be stronger, just because they could be able to go off on their own, attach to all the energy, root to the ground, and be able to produce strong supercells. However, for whatever reason at this time, they're not really rooting to the ground, causing a ton of havoc, which is we're thankful for. But it's really kind of mind-boggling because there's so much fuel out there for these storms to be able to produce. At this time, though, they're kind of staying, kind of mild for the most part. That line, on the other hand, would be a linear system, and within that linear system, you can get spin-up tornadoes, you can get large hail, you can get damaging winds. So the storm mode, the confidence or the confidence type or the confidence levels don't really change. The storm mode type just changes. I hope that makes sense. And I've drunk a lot of water today, so I'm gonna take a 2-minute bathroom break, if you guys would not mind. I'm gonna leave the radar up for you guys to look at though, and I'll put it into motion for you so you can kind of see how things are moving. Give me about 90 seconds. All right, we're back. We're back here. How fast are these storms moving? Most of them are moving at about a speed of 60 miles per hour at the moment. Somerset's still probably got about 4 or 5 hours. I would say about 4 hours. Bowling Green, you got a cell there now. You have a cell behind it as well. So probably still got a couple hours till you're cleared out. Any updates from the Storm Chasers? I wouldn't think so at the moment because there's not a whole lot to really chase at the moment unless you're going toward Indiana. Really, a lot of things are staying tamed. I'm genuinely, you hear the surprise in my voice. I'm genuinely surprised because I'm going to show you. Yeah, so, am I live? Oh my gosh, I'm like 50 minutes behind, apparently. So he is... So, Brad is heading toward... Let me put my headset on so I can hear. Alright, I have it muted. Perfect. So, Brad is heading toward... Let's see here. What looks to be... I can't tell where he's at. So, he's in Central City. He's about to intercept this severe thunderstorm warning that we have in Central City. Heather... Is she live? Okay, she is live. Okay. Heather is... Let's see where she's at. By the way, Heather is one of my good friends and Mike's good friends. Uh-oh. She might have caught a drop. She might have caught a funnel cloud.
I am still at the Western Kentucky Parkway and...
Okay.
I've got the camera facing south. Sorry, got the camera facing southwest. Watching the cell. That's north.
Can you guys hear her? Okay, by the way.
The cell come over between Hartford and Beaver Dam, as well as
Hartford. She's at Hartford and Beaver Dam.
that we're watching pretty closely. It's going to be coming into Greenville. Watching that one also.
Okay, so she's okay.
I have not noticed anything rotating in this cell at all. I mean, as you can see, it does look pretty janky. Right up in this area here, I see a lot of scud up here. So it's pulling up.
She's about right here, guys. By the way, she's looking at this storm.
But just kind of watching and seeing how this one goes across. We're kind of really waiting on the one further.
If you notice back here, I don't think she's catching it yet, but if you notice back here, she's got some scud coming through here.
I do see
that is indicative of rotation trying to get going.
It does have 1-inch hail on it.
And we have a little bit of a drop here. It's trying to get going.
Been reduced to a special weather statement. However, the other one to the south has gone severe warned. So I think that's the one that we're going to sit and wait for.
I'm going to tell her that you guys say hi. So if you guys want to know her, if you guys want to support her, by the way, as well, Bama Girl TNWX is her YouTube username.
Hello, WNK and all your followers. You can tell that this here is nothing but scud. You can see it rising upward, and it's not rotating. So that's how we know that it's just the storm pulling up moisture from the ground. Yes, we'll stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Louder Tell us for going over there and showing her some love in her chat. Let's see where Brad's at. Brad's stream is lagging like crazy. There we go. So Brad is getting really close to intercepting what she's looking at. So what she's looking at, Brad is actually very close to intercepting. It's got a really nice structure on that cloud base there, but kind of what she mentioned, I'm gonna mute her for a second. But kind of what she mentioned there, it's not getting to the surface. So it's pulling up moisture and it's trying to get going, and that's what we're seeing a lot, and that's what we're kind of explaining to you on radar here. Is these storms are really trying, but for whatever reason, they're being blocked from actually getting to the ground and rotating. You saw all the scud there, which looks like funnel clouds. We do have a tornado warning that's just been issued. That's probably... Where's it issued at? Nothing in Kentucky. That's got to be Indiana's extension. But if you see this right here on the radar, let's go ahead and take a look. So she's down here once again. Let me go ahead and switch radars. It's probably a good thing to do. Yeah, let's go ahead and switch to that radar right there. So she's down here. Look, she's looking at the Greenville storm, and this is where Brad is driving to as well. And it is trying to rotate. It absolutely is. But the problem is it's not reaching the surface. And so it's not really being able to pull up the energy that's actually needed to really get it going. It's not really being able to, what we call, root to the ground, which is great. That's what we're rooting for. But I'm telling you right now, there's plenty of energy that if it does root to the ground, this might be a full-on chase for Heather. Thank you to everyone that's going into her chat and giving her some support. I appreciate you guys also showing her some love. Can you show a radar map? Yeah, we're going back and forth, guys. We're going back and forth, guys. So we're starting to get some more severe warnings on the northern side of this line. We're going to keep watching this as it drops into Kentucky. So we're really starting to get going a little bit now here on some things. Let's switch over to Brad real quickly, see where he's at. So Brad is probably about, what is that, maybe about 10 to 15 miles away from actually intercepting what Heather's looking at here. So he's about 10 to 15 miles away from intercepting.
Doing my best to stay safe, to keep all of y'all safe.
I'm going to just tell her thank you really quickly.
All right, in Greensville, so this is the cell we're actually going to wait on. Is this one right here. It is
Tornado in Crothersville.
You're welcome, George. You guys stay safe also.
We have a tornado warning going up. I can't identify where though. Okay, so we're talking about Tennessee now. Another tornado warning is going up as well.
We're gonna wait on that other storm to come.
That's for Indiana. So the tornado warnings are going up, but they're outside of Kentucky at the moment. But it kind of shows you the atmosphere is becoming a bit more favorable for things. Amber with the 20 stars, thank you so much. Another 20 stars from Amber. Caitlin with the 45 stars, thank you guys so much. Susan, you just become a little bit more used to it after some time. Confirmed in Indiana. Wayne, thank you for the update there. I don't think so, Anissa. If you guys are looking for forecast info at this point, please go to our Twitter or Facebook. We have multiple posts, multiple videos, and the forecast has remained the same so that all that stuff is still valid. You can scroll through either our Twitter or our Facebook. If you don't know what our Twitter is, it is at WeatherNowKY. I believe Cherie is still taking care of that for us. She is perfect. Thank you, Cherie. And so Cherie's taking care of the forecast information on Twitter. You can go scroll through some of that, or you can go to our Facebook and scroll through that. And all the information is written. We also have several videos out as well if you want to watch instead of read. But we have all of that information ready for you. At this point, we're kind of just live tracking these things. I'm going to take a peek back at the radar here, see if we notice any pockets of rotation anywhere. There's definitely some rotation beginning to start down there at that cell in Greenville. Let's go ahead and take a look back up here toward the Louisville areas. Nothing really happening up there so far when it comes to rotation. We're going to take it back down here to the Greenville. We're going to really watch the Greenville area as it heads towards Drake-Boro. That is the most promising cell at this time. So we're going to keep an eye on that area for any type of development that may occur. And we're also going to give Heather a heads up. South side of that line is beginning to tighten on radar. We're going to give Heather a few heads up while we're in here as well. Do I think the rain helped out at all? No, I do not. Hopefully it'll die out before it gets here. That's absolutely the hope.
Facing what?
So E-Town's going to go for the rest of the night? No, E-Town's not good to go for the rest of the night.
South side.
No one's really off. Would you mind taking a quick look at the Hopkinsville system? That one seems to be heading my area. Absolutely, I can. Hopkinsville is not severe at this time. Only shows one lightning bolt really as well. Nothing too concerning at that point in Hopkinsville. Nothing really rotating as well. So all good in Hopkinsville at the moment. Corden is no longer the tornado warning. They haven't been tornado warned for a minute now. Hartford and Beaver Dam is beginning to rotate as well.
Followed Weather Now Kentucky on Twitter. Give them a follow.
I'm going to give her a heads up about that one as well. Okay. I spelled Hartford wrong, but you guys knew what I meant. All right, let's check and see where Brad's at real quickly.
Just to my north.
We might have something drop right here very soon. Keep an eye. I'm telling you guys,
Right in between.
we're going to keep an eye on this right here. This Greenville to Paradise to Central City, and then just beyond that to Cromwell. We're going to keep a close eye on that one.
My footrest decided to come off.
Okay, we're going to mute her for a second. We're going to switch over to Brad, who has the loudest vehicle in the world. Looks like he's intercepting that right now. Yeah, he's on the south side of this, so this is the part that's beginning to rotate. Brad's got a great angle right now. Let's zoom in on Brad here. Brad's got a phenomenal angle. He's at the south side of this line. This is the part of the line that's beginning to rotate. Hopefully, he can get his camera in a better spot here. So this is, by the way, this is Brad Arnold on YouTube as well. His name is Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. You can go follow him as well on YouTube. Amber with the 20 stars, thank you so much. So you can see some inflow is beginning to get in there, but it's mainly scut. But it's really trying. I'm gonna mute all that background noise. I can't stand that. Let's go back over to Heather here real quickly, who has another great angle on the same storm, by the way. Ricky, thank you for 20 stars. I appreciate that. Where is the footage being recorded? It is in Western Kentucky, out here for Greenville, Central City.
That I go live.
Yes, that is Central City. That's correct.
Actually, I'm watching this area.
Stormer Rain just stopped in Bowling Green all of a sudden. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. It looks like it's about to get kicked back up again there for Bowling Green. Let's take a look at that for you here to ease your worries. I'm not seeing any big rotations at this time. Only rotations really out here for Central Kentucky at this time. Then we have a couple of warnings up to our north.
Fortunately, I can't back up anymore either.
So Brad is in Drakesboro, Kentucky, which is right next to Central City, or right just to the south of Central City. You can definitely tell there's some scut going on. It's really trying to latch on to the energy. We're going to be able to tell here very soon if it's able to actually do that or not live with you guys. And thank you to the Storm Chasers that are providing this information. If you want to, go support them as well. Again, this is Storm Chaser Brad Arnold on YouTube. What exactly is scut? It's just basically clouds that it's basically when the storm comes through. Here, let me look up the actual definition for it, because I know what it is, but I want to make sure I'm explaining this correctly. It's been a while since someone's asked that question.
It's trying right there, guys. It is really, really trying.
They are low, ragged cloud fragments that can sometimes be located near the updraft region of the storm. That's what I was trying. I knew what it was, but I couldn't like put it into words for you guys. I'm so sorry. Yo, 10,000 crabs. I'm sorry. I just now saw your comment on YouTube. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Will those two lines connect? Eventually, Miggett, they will congeal into one line. Where is this? Right now, he's in Drakesboro, Kentucky, which is just to the south of Central City. Is a storm in Central City going to be heading toward Elizabethtown? It does look to be the case eventually. It might just go north of Elizabethtown. But it'll also eventually clash into this line, so we have to eventually see how these two lines interact with each other when they do clash. By the way, the severe warning has been dropped from that southern cell. So it keeps weakening and then re-strengthening. I'm really surprised at the moment. So we're going to stop looking at the Storm Chasers for a moment. If you want to, once again, Bama Girl TNWX is the Heather Girl that we were watching. And then Brad Arnold, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold is the other one that we were watching. And we'll continue to watch them throughout the evening. I'm really surprised at the moment that we have not had more storms producing severe weather. There's just so much energy at play. Let's go ahead and take a look. We haven't looked in quite some time. Let's go ahead and take a look at the actual amounts of energy that are at play here. So let's refresh this. Put that on none. So on Cape, there are over 1,500 joules of Cape, which I know you're not going to really, a lot of you are not going to know what that means. However, that's plenty for storms. Let's go ahead and look at the shear that we have in play here. Let's see here. There is well over 70 knots of shear in the part where the storm is in Kentucky in the west central area. Plenty for storm activity. Let's go ahead and look at helicity. There is plenty of that, although that might be the reason storms aren't able to latch. Because there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. 550 is a remarkable amount. However, if you look at where the actual main storms are, right, we're noticing that they're all the way out here to the west. There's a small little bunch on there in Bowling Green, right? But storms are here west of I-65, right, for the most part. If we go look at the data once again, most of the best helicity is actually well to the east of I-65. So this might be the reason why storms are not able to latch. And again, that's all it takes, is one thing to be lower than what was forecasted. And sometimes things just don't happen. Now, we'll tell you that eventually this can uptrend, right? Let's go and take a look here, and we look into the future here. As you can see, eventually it tries to stall out and lets the line try to catch up to it. We'll see if that's the case. So I'm not going to rule anything out just yet, but this might be the reason. It might not, but this, in my opinion, this might be the reason why we're not seeing storms really, really get going. So violent tornado parameter is lit up for western and central Kentucky. So we know that by all metrics except for one, the storm threat is quite high because the data is just, the amount of energy out there, guys, is just phenomenal. It's just phenomenal. Dew points as well are remarkably high for this time of year. You can see it goes all the way up. The warm sector goes all the way up into central Indiana and central Ohio as well. So every checkbox, or every box that we try to check mark for when it comes to forecasting severe weather, is met, with the exception of one, which even it is still a pretty substantial amount. It's just not an insane amount. So quite frankly, the fact that we're not seeing storms really latch on and really get going is kind of surprising. Let's go ahead and check on that tornado watch once again. So far western portions of Kentucky have been dropped from the tornado watch. And again, as that cold front line passes through here, or passes through your area, you will also be dropped. So that's kind of how it's going to go tonight. They're going to tornado watch the entire state, and then as that line passes through, they're going to drop folks from it. Right now, we do have three severe thunderstorm warnings. One for the Louisville area, one for northern Breckenridge and Meade counties, and then one for Central City area, which that might be old. Unless they just reintroduced it. Oh no, those were. Why is that color different on WS3? I need to just fix that. But right now, currently, only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state. Which, if you would have asked me a few hours ago if that was going to be the case at this time, I would have put everything on it that wouldn't be. Now, we're going to continue to see how this trends throughout the night, but hopefully, the hope is that it just stays this way, right? Because the actual solution, based off the amount of energy that's in the atmosphere, is much more scary. So we're going to hope that the forecast is flat out wrong, and I'm not afraid to say that. We're going to hope the forecast is just flat out wrong. Now, do I bet on that or bank on that? Absolutely not, because these storms can turn at any point. I mean, look at what's happening in Indiana. Indiana, for 90% of today, has been mainly calm. And now, over the last hour or so, we've gotten several tornado warnings in southern Indiana, and those will eventually head right for the northern Kentucky portions of the area, from Dry Ridge to Crittenden, up toward Florence, and then out there towards Cincinnati. So we're still keeping an eye on the northern Kentucky portions of the area as well. So overall, much of the state is pretty fair at the moment. We're going to keep continuing to eyeball everything for you guys and see here with you guys through the event. George, they're saying tornado on the ground in Louisville. Can you check? I can check on that for you. I can tell you right now there's no tornado warning. I'm not... Hang on. I'm on the wrong radar. It's so hard to tell when the radar is this messy. Let's check some other modes here. I don't think it's tornadic. but there is definitely a little bit of rotation up there. But radar seems to be pointing that it's a hail core, not a tornado core. So if you look down here, your left side here of the digital vertically integrated liquid, it's lighting up that there's a small hail core there, or moderate hail core, I should say. So right now, I don't think it's anything dramatic, but there's definitely a notch. There's definitely a notch right there where something could spin up if it continues to progress that way. However, on the caveat of that, on the flip side, you have this right in front of it that's working to help to try and pull the moisture away from that storm and push it toward this storm. Right now, a lot of folks are getting pretty lucky because this is happening down here to the south as well. That might be what's actually going on. So we have this cell that's jumped in front of the line, these couple of cells down here that's jumped in front of the line, and is working to pull away energy from this line, this part of the line as well right here. And the same thing's happening right here for southern Kentucky. So all along this line, I'm starting to notice a trend that we're getting cells that are popping in front of the line that's helping to keep the actual main line tamed. Now, that means two things. These can just help keep the line tamed, and they're just kind of there, and everything kind of just goes smoothly tonight. Or it's successful in its attempt to pull away a lot of the energy, and themselves become supercells and become strong. So I'm still not able to rule out any type of dangerous threat for this evening because you just don't know which way it's going to go, one way or the other. We're also keeping an eye on the bottom portion of Kentucky, down here for Middlesboro going into Pennington and Harlan. There's one supercell down there that's trying to wreak a little bit of havoc for that area. Let's go take a look at that there. It's absolutely rotating, and I'm pretty confident it's likely a tornado on the ground. It's actually going to be making a left turn according to the radar. So we're going to keep an eye on that Middlesboro area and Harlan, as well as Pineville, for any type of situation down there with that supercell. So we had a couple of small things to watch here. Overall, nothing too crazy at this moment. So let's go and get some of your comments real quickly. Who has a tornado on the ground? Likely in southern Indiana and northern Tennessee. So once again, Kentucky's kind of getting gapped at the moment. We'll see if that trick continues or if Kentucky's able to bounce back. What about the area that storms are not front? So I'm guessing you're talking about far western Kentucky? Yeah, if the line's already past you, if this line's already past you, this one right here, then you're all clear. So if it's past your area, let's say you live in Henderson, then you're all clear. I don't want that either, Adam, because I'm telling you guys the worst case scenario tonight is bad. So let's just hope that the forecast is an absolute bust. And I'm okay with saying that. Nelson County's not in the clear. Nicholas, you're under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern time. So again, I think all modes are still on the table. Bowling Green's threat looks like they're under a tornado watch at this time until 8 p.m. Eastern time. So all hazards are still on the table until that point. Well, Dakota, it seems to be happening everywhere, not just Bowling Green. A lot of the storms are really underachieving at this moment. So I wouldn't call it the Bowling Green bubble at this point. I would call it the Kentucky bubble at this point. Marion County, McLean County, also under that tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern time. So all hazards on the table until that line passes you. Laura, I don't think it'll be stronger, but it could hold its strength. Howdy, Greg. Wrong name there, Cody. George. Thank you, Brianna, for the update there. Or Brianna. I'm not really sure how to pronounce that one. Garrett, by the way, thank you for your 100 stars. Sorry I missed that earlier. Michael, Hardin County is under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern time. Bowling Green's back to sunny now. Yeah, that's the case. There's a lot of cloud breakups still, guys. So when a storm gets done with you, it's likely going to get sunny again. If I can find my satellite here, there we go. So again, when a storm passes you, there's a lot of cloud breakups, and this is this is astounding to me, honestly, that these storms are not turning more severe. I'm not rooting. I want to make it very clear. I'm not rooting for them to. You know, I don't want them to, because I know what can happen as a result of that, because of the amount of energy that's at play. But it's really astounding to me that none of these cells have really taken advantage of the amount of energy that's out there. And I have really no explanation for it. It's really just surprising to me. Now let's go ahead and take a quick look at this backline here. It seems to be strengthening just a smidge to the naked eye here. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if that's the case. So let's start with the southern part of the line. Nothing really happening there. Let's go up here to the northern part of the line. Some decent wind bursts are happening out here for just east of Beaver Dam. Maybe up to 55, 60 mile per hour winds out there at the moment. Yeah, nothing is going. And you see all these tornado signatures on here. So this is the radar actually picking up elevated rotation, not necessarily on the ground rotation. So you can see that these storms are rotating. They're just rotating way, way, way above the surface. And they're not able to really latch on the ground, which is, again, just astounding to me, given the amount of surface energy that we have at play tonight. It really truly is. Severe thunderstorm warning expanded now to include Oldham County, northwestern Shelby, southern Trimble, western Henry, and northeastern Jefferson County in central Kentucky. And this is for 60 mile per hour wind gust and nickel-sized tail. The tag is also tornado possible in that as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Continue to keep an eye on that there. Let me go ahead and check and see if there's any rotation with it. I'm not seeing any rotation, but I am seeing some burst of winds up to about 70 mile per hour. Actually, not 60. So I would say up to 70 mile per hour is possible in that cell. Courtney with the 99 stars, thank you so much. Bowling Green's under that tornado watch until about 8 p.m. Eastern time. So you got about that point for all hazards to be possible for those of you that are asking about Bowling Green. Tornado warning just went up. And there it is. So we did see some rotation there. First tornado warning of the night for Kentucky is on the eastern side of Louisville, heading toward LaGrange. So if you're just not tuning in here, I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here for WNK. If you wouldn't mind, tap that share button at the bottom portion of your screen there. Get this video out on your news feed now that we're tornado warned. We want to make sure we're spreading as much information as possible. So please share this video on your news feed so that your friends and family can view it as well, and multiple folks around social media. Tornado warning has been issued for South Central Clark County in Indiana, Oldham, Shelby, Henry, and Jefferson counties in central Kentucky until 6 p.m. Eastern time. At 5:35, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Prospect, moving east at 45 mile per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Prospect, LaGrange, Prospect at 5:40, and LaGrange at 5:50. So that's what we're looking like now. I'm going to go ahead and put out, let's go ahead and take a look here real quickly. If my radar wants to pull down, that is. I want to take a look around here. If this scut will get out of the way, we could see this a lot better. Let's change tilts here and see if we can't find it. Okay, we see it now. We just had to change the angle of the radar. There it is. Right on the edge of that box. So what we're going to do now, go back over here and put up the time slots for you guys. Probably heading more of that direction at 45 mile per hour. It'll be near Watson in 2 minutes, Jeffersonville in 2 minutes, Prather in 3 minutes, Utica in 5 minutes, River Ridge 6 minutes, Prospect in 8 minutes, Oldham Acres in 8 minutes, Brownsboro in 16 minutes, Crestwood 17 minutes, Buckner in 20 minutes, Ballardsville in 27 minutes, and so on and so forth there. So those are your immediate next impacts for that tornado warning there. And I will say we are seeing some really good rotation on radar there. Let's go and take a look around here toward other parts of the radar and see if we're seeing anything else suspicious. We are seeing a decent little correlation drop, nothing too crazy. but a decent little correlation drop there on the CC. And so this might be debris being lifted up. It's not strong enough yet to really determine that, but that might be debris being lifted up. Let's take a look around the radar here and make sure there's nothing else going on as we're talking. Actually, this storm near Brandenburg, just to the west of it, is beginning to spin up a little bit. It's not quite tight enough yet to call that a tornado, but it is starting to get a little bit of rotation there in Brandenburg as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that for you guys out there for our folks west of Brandenburg. Let's go ahead and continue to take a look around here. That storm is north and east of Beaver Dam, going more toward the Fordsville area, and then out to the east toward western Harnett County is also beginning to rotate at this time. So now we're actually beginning to see storms being able to touch the surface and try to start rotating. Now, over the next 20 to 30 minutes is super crucial to understand whether or not these storms are going to be able to survive or whether or not they're going to be able to put out supercells. So now storms are beginning to evolve a little bit. So again, if you wouldn't mind, tap the share button at the bottom portion of your screen there. We do have a tornado warning active for north central Kentucky, more specifically along the I-71 corridor there. Let's go ahead and take the tracker off there. I-71 corridor, and that is actually more specifically toward River Bluff and Beach Land, going over Highway 42, heading toward Brownsboro, Kentucky, and then it'll eventually cross over I-71 at mile markers 14, or no, not mile markers 14. Where are my mile markers at? Where are my mile markers at? I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. I don't know why the mile markers aren't there. Now it's more near. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity here, see if it shows us anything good. Oh, there we go. Wow. Okay. There we go. That's a lot easier to see now. Beachland, Prospect, Transylvania Beach. You also need to be in your safe spots at this time. That's a pretty clear indication of rotation right there. It's just updated now and it's trying to lose it, but it's still there for Beachland Beach, which is a heck of a name there. Going over Highway 42 at this moment, and that'll head toward, once again, Brownsboro, Crestwood, southern sides of LaGrange, and Smithfield. That's kind of what we're looking at there for those folks up in north central Kentucky. Tornado warning is active for that area. Now, this storm also, this specific cell, does have a history of producing tornadic activity. We've had a confirmation just to the east of Corden, I believe, or just to the west of Corden, I believe. So we do have some actual history with this specific spot within the line. Sirens in Fir Creek. That's because if one part of a county is warned, the entire county gets a tornado siren. I've answered Aviation 131 on YouTube several times at this point, so it's kind of just a moot point for those of you who want to know about that on YouTube. What about Shavli? This is well northeast of Shavli. Kelly, thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate that. Yes, Sarah. Columbia and Adair will have storms this evening. I have no idea where Chevrolet, Kentucky is, LL. Okay, I'm starting to get a little bit more confident that this is actually a tornado on the ground. You see this right here. This is a steady circle drop of a correlation coefficient, and that's usually indicative of debris being tossed into the atmosphere and the radar picking it up. So if you are in around Highway 42 in northern Kentucky, just to the east of Beachland Beach and River Bluff, heading toward Brownsboro, Orchard Grass Hills, Crestwood, Glenarm, and Park Lake. Make sure that you're in your safe spots at this time, because this does, at least on radar, look like an official tornado, not just a tornado warning. So we'll keep an eye on that for you guys throughout the evening. Betty with the 20 stars, thank you very much for that. Okay, anyone... moderators, you can start suspending some of these spammers. Yes, it is on the... It looks... I'm not going to sit there and say it myself because I haven't seen it, but at least on radar, it is in Prospect. And then, of course, heading east over Highway 1694, just exiting Highway 42 at this time. So again, if you're just not tuning in here, we are tracking a tornado warning just including Louisville and to the east, or Jefferson County, I should say, and heading east toward Brownsboro. As these scans come in, it looks to be still pretty clear indications of rotation on the ground. Riding looks like Highway 329 in north central Kentucky, heading toward the I-71 interstate. So if you are anywhere in this red polygon here from Lexington, I'm so sorry, no, not Lexington, LaGrange, Tarascon, Ballardsville, Brownsboro, Park Lake, Crestwood. Make sure that you're in your safe spots at this time. WDRB does not send out tornado warnings. Tornado warnings only come from the National Weather Service. WDRB, like us, is only communicating that tornado warning. Victoria, thank you for the update there. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Another tornado warning just went up as well. Looks like that was for the Tennessee and Kentucky border down there, not including any of Kentucky just yet. This might actually be a pretty strong tornado as well. I'm trying to look for any pictures or information about this. But at least on radar, this looks like this could be a large tornado that's beginning to pan out in this area. I don't think you're hearing any Hardin County sirens. So again, if you're just not tuning in here, welcome in. I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here for WNK. We do have a tornado warning out for the Brownsboro, Park Lake, Crestwood, Ballardsville, Tarascon, LaGrange, Greenhaven, Goshen, River Bluff areas in north central Kentucky. And at least from radar, this looks like this could be a potentially large tornado, and it has been confirmed by law enforcement as I read across the reports here. This looks like a pretty substantial threat for north central Kentucky. So we're going to keep an eye on this area, most specifically over the next 15 minutes or so, or the duration of this warning. Kristen, thank you for your 500 stars. I appreciate that so much. Just looking to see if there's any photos or videos. Not seeing anything just yet. What about the curve or hook near Bowling Green? I can tell you that at this time, at least on this radar here, nothing is rotating near Bowling Green at all. Let's go take a look at this radar here real quickly for you guys, because there's a lot of people asking about Bowling Green. Bowling Green, there's genuinely no threat there at the moment. Just I'm not seeing anything at the moment. To the east near Scottsville, might have a little something, but it's going to need a lot more. We're going to need a lot of that rotation to get a lot tighter if there's anything to be going down there. So nothing as significant as the Louisville area at this moment. Again, if you're just tuning in here, this might be a potentially large tornado on the ground going east of Louisville at this point toward LaGrange. This is actually valid in Brownsboro right now. Looks like it's right there. About to cross over Highway 1694, going toward the Dimpley Town and Cedar Point areas, and then up toward Buckner and LaGrange after that, and then Ballardsville after that. This does look like, at least on radar, that this could be a significant tornado. Make sure if you are anywhere inside of this red polygon to get to your safe spot at this time and prepare for a strong tornado that could potentially be on the ground. Not potentially anymore, by the way. It's actually been confirmed to be on the ground. I keep forgetting about that fact. It's actually been confirmed to be on the ground up there. How can you tell if it's a tornado on the radar? You see how this is nice and tight right here? We have inbound winds with outbound winds. Those are winds that are going in two different directions that are really tight together. If we also switch over to the correlation coefficient chart, which is a fancy word for a chart that tries to detect correlation drops, it also shows a few drops occurring within that, which may indicate debris being lifted up high enough for the radar to detect. If you look at that versus, let's say, you got that area there. Let's go down to where we know another storm is. Another storm is actually approaching the Irvington areas at this time, and you see the difference. There's not really the inbound versus outbound winds. They're all inbound winds toward the radar. So there's not really reversing winds, whereas up here, you can see very clearly reversing winds are occurring. So that's how you can tell on radar that rotation is occurring. And then the stronger and tighter that it is, the more indicative of a tornado. The brighter and deeper the colors get, the stronger that tornado potentially is. Jessica, thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate that so much. I'm going to check out this radar as well over here on Radar Scope. Yeah, we're still seeing some pretty strong rotation. So you can also see it even a little bit clearer here. Again, where you see those red versus green, those are inbound versus outbound winds. Now this isn't completely updated. It's more likely right here at this point toward Buckner. So we're going to go back to the other radar here where it's a little bit cleaner, and we're going to look for Buckner, and that's likely where it's at, and that is the case. So we see the drops right there in the middle, and then on the opposite side we see the green versus the yellow or red. Pretty clear indications of tornadic activity ongoing within the tornado warning storm near LaGrange. More specifically, it's over Buckner and heading toward LaGrange and Tarascon, and Ballardsville would be the next one. The next one's up. So everyone in the red polygon should be in their safe spot at this time in that area. People never listen. It's okay. So again, if you're just not tuning in here right now, we're focused on the current threat. If you're looking for forecast information, all of that is on our Twitter and on our Facebook and our YouTube. Scroll through our pages. If you wouldn't mind, take that minute to scroll through. You'll find all the information that you're looking for when it comes to your forecast for tonight. Right now, we're focused on the actual current threat. So if you could respect that, we'd appreciate that. Again, if you're looking for any forecast information, that is on our pages and our social medias. Just take the time to scroll through it, and you'll find the information that you need. Right now, we're focused on the current threat that we are seeing for the Buckner, LaGrange, Ballardsville, and Tarascon areas in north central Kentucky. Elsewhere, by the way, real quickly, just want to take a quick glance elsewhere in Kentucky. Let's go ahead and switch. Okay, I'm on to one. Perfect. I'm going to switch over to this radar here real quickly. And just take a quick glance everywhere else in Kentucky. Make sure there's nothing else happening that we're missing here. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of anything else anywhere at the moment. Looks like maybe on the southwestern side of Louisville, there might be something trying to get its act together. Down here toward just west of Pleasure Ridge Park. There might be something trying to get its act together right there, but quite frankly, it's still got a lot of work to go if it's going to be able to produce anything in that area. Elsewhere in Kentucky, not really seeing anything at the moment either. There is a potential supercell threatening the southeastern portions of the state, but other than that, we're not really seeing a whole lot of anything real concerning. I will tell you that this is also rotating out here just in Tennessee on the other side of the border from Kentucky down there toward that area. That's the only other real threat that we're seeing at this time. Other than that, we're still focused on the LaGrange area here in north central Kentucky where the current tornado warning is actually impacting at this time. Ballardsville, Lero up next after that. Centerfield up next as well. Make sure that you are in your safe spots. If you're anywhere within the red polygon, make sure that you are in the lowest or most interior room within your building. Again, there are no other threats in Kentucky besides the two spots that we mentioned. at this time. Now, again, that can quickly change. I'm continuing to look for photos and videos of this going on. I'm seeing some statements of this being a large tornado on the ground just east of Louisville, but I'm still looking for actual photos and videos. Which will probably come through here soon. You know, it's probably not everyone's number one priority as soon as they get hit by a tornado to post stuff. So these are the images that we're getting put in now from areas. Can't really tell a whole lot there, but we can see the curvature on that top one. We really can't see how the actual base is at this point. Looks like there is one storm spotter there. We're trying to get his information up right now. Looks like he's having trouble getting things to load.
Likely, this tornado will be near LaGrange around.
So we finally found his YouTube, and we have an advertisement.
Come on, bud.
Continue on Kentucky 146 west, 3/4 of a mile.
So he's in the middle of that tornado warning, by the way. For everyone that's wanting to know, he's in the middle of that tornado warning. And this is Storm Chaser Vince Welty live on YouTube right now.
Yeah, reports of a building collapse somewhere near here. So I believe I heard Buckner. Reports of a building collapse, somebody stuck in the basement. So there's damage. There is definitely tornado damage. We're going to call the chase off for right now and just check this area.
It's for minor. For your protection,
Can't tell if it's a range hazard or not in there.
60 miles per hour with gusts and the tornado warnings. Still, river.
I'm trying to see if he actually caught it.
This is a sensitive situation. If you are sensitive to these types of events,
Yeah, you got it. Considerable damage to homes.
Tornado warning has been expanded to now include Imminence, Newcastle, Smithfield, Bethlehem. This might be a long track violent tornado on the ground. If you are anywhere within any of these red boxes at this time, make sure that you are in your safe spot. This is absolutely nothing to play with. This could very well be a violent tornado on the ground.
Take cover now. Linden, LaGrange, northeastern damage to roofs,
Okay,
windows, and
let's keep him going. Let's mute him for now. Pull the radar back up here. Again, if you are just not tuning in here, I'm Chief Forecaster George Herbig with WNK. We do have an active violent situation unfolding in Kentucky on the northern sides here for Newcastle, Imminence, Bethlehem, Smithfield, exiting the LaGrange area. There is a potential for a violent tornado to be on the ground. It has been confirmed as well by multiple train spotters and law enforcement. And again, this dangerous storm is just now exiting LaGrange, heading toward the Smithfield, Newcastle, Bethlehem, Imminence areas here in north central Kentucky. And we're going to continue to keep on live here with you guys so you guys can keep informed. I'm going to try to find more evidence for you guys to view here. Is there one in Crestwood as well? Right now, I only see the one warning for Drinnen Springs, Delville, Newcastle, Imminent, Smithfield, Slabtown, Bethlehem, North Pleasureville, Franklinton, and those people or those cities within there. Right now, there are no other tornado warnings, I believe, throughout the state of Kentucky. There are not. Okay, so Aaron's there as well. Which it looks like his stuff is having a problem getting actually put out here. He might be in the middle of that. This is the last few minutes of his broadcast before it got cut off, so I don't know if he ran into it or what happened. I can't see because the rain on his windshield. There. There's the funnel cloud.
I think we're gonna have to line.
Just trying to see if you caught any clearer images of it. Oh.
Tornadoes observed, guys.
Makes its way 71, and the rotation part of the supercell is south of I-71 right now, moving to the east, pretty rapidly moving to the east right now. So we are getting hammered right here with rain, wind, hail, and difficult driving right now if you're going to be on I-71.
Okay, so again, if you're just not tuning in here, there is a tornado warning active for north central Kentucky. This might be a violent situation underway. For Eminence, Newcastle, Smithfield, Bethlehem, Franklinton, Slabtown, Lockport, Orville, Drinnen Springs, and Delville, you're currently under the gun of a strong tornado warning. Make sure you're in your safe spots at this time. Let's go and check velocity. It is still showing quite the signature of rotation right there in that area. So make sure you're taking care of yourselves there and getting into the most interior, lowest portions of your building. Let's go and take a look around the radar here. Make sure that we're not missing anything along the way. What in the world was that? Sorry about that. The dog was barking back there, guys. I had to make sure I took care of that for you guys. Sorry about that. So, looking around the radar here, not a whole lot else going on at the moment. Again, we're still keeping an eye on this tornado warning down for the Tennessee area. It's kind of stalling out, it looks like, in that area. But we're going to continue to keep an eye on things for you guys here live on WNK. And let's go back over here toward the northern portion where the actual tornado warning is at this time. Eminence, Newcastle, Bethlehem, Smithfield, Tarascon, Pendleton, Delville, Franklinton, all those places inside of that red polygon there. Make sure you're getting your safe spot at this time. This is potentially a violent situation underway. Let's see here. He has not moved yet, and he's kind of in a bad spot to move. He really can't move too much just yet because he's just getting so much wind and hail from this cell as well. Yeah, video broadcast is pretty good. I just haven't had it. I just haven't gotten to it just yet. Looks like he's on the move again to try and intercept. It's exiting LaGrange. So again, it's exited. Like it's already hit LaGrange. And now it's going more toward Newcastle, Smithfield, Delville, and the next red box over here for North Central Kentucky. Again, not seeing a whole lot anywhere else just yet throughout other portions of Kentucky. And when we do, there are several storm spotters that are already up and ready to go. We have we have the Ryan Hall squad right here. We have let's see here. Who is this? Brad. That's Brad. He went all the way up there already? He is hauling butt. What is it? Hang on. Okay. Again, we're going to continue back up here to where the actual tornado warning is after taking our look around. Let's go ahead and head back up here toward the Eminence and Monterey areas and places in north central Kentucky. Let's go ahead and take a look back here at the video and see what we have going on. That's Vince. We need to get Brad up. This tornado warning, by the way, is being expanded to include places like Monterey, Owenton, Sweet Owen, Needmore, Fairbanks, New Columbus, Rockdale, and places just to the east of this line. So anywhere inside of these red boxes, most notably Owenton, Monterey, and Minutes. Make sure that you're in your safe spots at this time. This is now turning into a long-tracked violent tornado that's on the ground. This is nothing to play with in the slightest. Make sure that you're in your safe spots at this time if you're in any of those red polygons. If I could do this. That doesn't really work too well, does it? Oh, there we go. That kind of works. And you can actually see him right here. He's actually right behind the storm right now. And that's probably why he's losing a lot of signal. Tornado also south of Williamsburg. Yes, we have covered that. We're going to wait till that approaches the actual Kentucky-Tennessee border, see what it looks like at that point. We have discussed that a couple times. Let's go and take a look back down there real quickly to ease some worries. It looks like it is still rotating a little bit, but it doesn't look like it's anything super tremendous at this time. Definitely the more notable storm is absolutely to the north up here in Louisville, northeast of Louisville. The rotation up there is just tremendously stronger. Okay, looks like his stream is really starting to drop a lot. Let's go take a look at the radar once again here on our other site. And let's take a little bit of a look here up here with an actual better velocity chart. And you can just see that is a strong tornado signature just to the west of Newcastle. So if you're in Newcastle, please be in your safe spot this time. I can't stress to you how serious this situation is. Newcastle, you are next up under the gun, and it'll be Gratz and Owenton after that. This is a strong, very evident tornado signature that is occurring right now as we speak. We could definitely tell the correlation coefficient drop is happening as well, which means that debris is being lofted far enough into the atmosphere for radars to pick it up and detect it on the correlation chart. So this is absolutely a significant situation unfolding in northern portions of central Kentucky, and that was a concern tonight. Any one of these cells can turn this severe this fast. Remember, just about 20 minutes ago, it was just a severe thunderstorm just along the Ohio River. Now it has turned into a full-fledged violent tornado, and turning into a long track one at that. So again, Newcastle, Kentucky is beginning to exit your area now. Let's go back over here to the actual radar. It looks like his stream dropped again. We'll come back into him here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and go back to the full screen here of the Radar Omega, and we'll look here again and kind of just point on this. Is he back now? He's trying to catch up to it. He actually might have a great angle on it. You just can't really tell because there's so much rain going on. He's just behind that tornado. Jack is just behind that tornado. J-Jack Storm Tracks on YouTube, that is. That poor guy's connection is so bad because he's in a really tough cell. Let's go ahead and take a look back again around the region here. Again, the main focus is definitely up here toward Newcastle and Eminence, and then heading toward Bethlehem and Franklinton. That is the #1 concern at this time. There's also a tornado warning down here for southern Kentucky and Tennessee, more so on the Tennessee side that we're keeping an eye on as well. If my radar sites will ever pull up, we can go ahead and take a check on it for you guys. Let's go ahead and look at this one here. You can see it's still clearly rotating as well. It's not quite as strong, but it is still having its own powerful statement. And that will actually head toward the eastern Williamsburg, more toward the Pineville area in southeastern Kentucky, and then over toward Harlan if it keeps its act together. So that's for southern Kentucky all the way down there. So in between that, let's go ahead and go back up here. I'm not really seeing a ton throughout central and western Kentucky. It does look like there's a couple strong storms within there, but not a ton of action happening at this time for those areas. The main point, once again, is absolutely up here toward Owenton, Monterey, Sweet Owen, Edmore, Bethlehem, and Gratz in north central Kentucky. Oh, that's why you guys can hear the dog barking. I didn't have my noise gate on. I was wondering why it kept picking it up. No, no one is clear. The only people that are clear are far western Kentucky. That's it. Only people that are clear from Owensboro to Madisonville to Murray, and then that's it. And Paducah and Evansville and Henderson. This is the only area clear. Everywhere else outside of that still has storms to be able to pass through their areas. My eye will not stop bitching. It looks like it's moving north, or it looks like it's moving east-northeast this time. So again, if you're just not tuning in and you're looking for forecast information, you can go scroll on our Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. All that information is all over our social media platforms for you guys to look at. Right now, we're focused on the more critical things, which is the Nowcast event that we have going on for Monterey, Owenton, Sweet Owen, Needmore, and Bethlehem. Let's go ahead and take a look back again at the rotation signatures. It has weakened a bit on the rotation signature. Now it's looking a little bit more like straight line winds. Also, this is not updated. It's about a minute behind, but it's still looking like a pretty clear indication of rotation just to the southeast of Newcastle at this time. We're still going to keep an eye on things for you there, but it looks like it's starting to begin to taper off. So let's hope that continues there for that area. That for quite a bit of time, that looked like a really strong signature of tornadic activity. So this is an image out on Twitter real quick. I just want to show you guys. That tornado as it came through actually blew over 3 separate semis on this interstate here, which I believe is I-71 it is. Just to the west, near LaGrange and west of Oma County. It has blown over several cars and several semi-trucks. So this was it has to be a large tornado to do that. So that's what we're looking like there. That's just a video of sirens. So that's kind of what we're seeing on Twitter right now. We're going to keep an eye on things for you guys, though. Okay, here's some of the damages coming out of Prospect, Kentucky, where that tornado tracked through as well. See trees being twisted off. See trees twisted off right there. Wow. So that's a video of damage out of Prospect, Kentucky from that same tornado cell. And again, if we're just not tuning in here with us, a tornado warning has been active for quite some time, and it now includes Monterey, Owenton, Sweet Owen, Needmore, Bethlehem, Gratz. This cell does have a history of producing a couple of drop downs of observed tornadic activity, potentially a violent tornado included with this as well. Let's go ahead and read the bulletin off for you if it's going to let me. Bulletin reads, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Newcastle, moving east at 55 miles per hour. A tornado remains in effect for southeastern Henry County. Let me go ahead and click on the actual other warning over here, if it will let me. I don't know why it's not letting me click it. There we go. Thank you. In effect for Owen County as well. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damaged roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely is a bulletin there. You can see everyone's trying to catch up to that storm system. You have 4 different chasers that are trying to catch that there. Ryan Hall and his squad is still parked at the I-65 corridor and West Kentucky Parkways down there in Elizabethtown, waiting as the actual cold front approaches there. So we're still keeping an eye on this area for the most significant weather so far. Tornado warning issued again. This is for northern Kentucky now. So we have 2 different tornadoes going in northern Kentucky. Florence, Independence, Ryland Heights, and Union. You are now under a tornado warning up in far northern Kentucky. So make sure, again, guys, I'm going to ask you once again, it's been a while since I've asked of this. Please tap that share button at the bottom portion of your screen. Share this video on your news feeds so that your friends and family and anyone that may potentially be in the area of these tornado warned storms gets informed and up to date on what to expect as well. So if you would help us with that, please hit the share button at the bottom portion of your screen there and help us spread our information around. Let's check out the velocity charts here. Not seeing a whole lot on this one, but sometimes this radar can be a little bit difficult about picking up actual rotational signatures. You can definitely see it on this radar here. I'm actually going to switch radars because this is a little bit closer to the other radar. You can still see it there as well, so I'm actually just going to stay on Louisville's radar then. Let's go ahead and head up here. Why is this not updated? Let's restart that. Make sure we're making that radar be as fresh as possible. There we go. So again, you can see the rotation up here on the northern side of the tornado warning box. I expect this to take a drop down south and then turn toward Florence and Union and Taylorville, Independence, and Highland Heights, just to the south of Cincinnati out there in Ohio. So the tornado warning is actually for the Kentucky side of the cell. So if you're just not tuning in here once again, 2 tornado warnings active at this time for Florence, Union, Independence, and then another one active for Owenton, Monterey, and Gratz, which is observed and has a history of producing a violent tornado for that cell. So 2 areas of interest at this time, and it looks like they're trying to catch up to that cell up there in northern Kentucky. I unfortunately have to use the bathroom in the worst way possible. I'm going to try to make it as quickly as possible. I've drunk over 100 and something ounces of water today. I'm going to keep the radar up here for you. I'm going to put it in motion. I'll be back momentarily. All right, I'm back here with you guys now. Sorry about that. Lots of water being consumed today. Let's take a look around here again. We're getting some more spawn action happening down here towards south central Kentucky. But once again, our focus is primarily up here for northern Kentucky, where there are 2 separate tornado warnings active at this time. One for Owenston to Monterey, and then one from Florence to Independence up there in far northern Kentucky for those 2 areas. Let's take a look back here and see if we can find anyone that's possibly... Doesn't look like anyone's close to either of these cells, so we're going to just actually stay right here on the radar with you guys, and I'm going to see if I can't find any video evidence of either of these cells for you guys. I believe that's Ryan Hall's squad down there in Elizabethtown. For those of you that want to know. Still looking. Last time I checked, it's still looking like a tornadic cell. Now on this radar, it's starting to weaken it quite a bit. Let's go ahead and take a look at this radar. This one's a little bit better at reading actual wind velocities. It does look like it's appearing to drop its rotation, like weaken, to more of a straight line wind damage threat. However, since this has a violent history, we're going to continue to treat it like it's a tornado warning because it is still a tornado warning, but more so because it has a violent history. The one up here toward Florence, Union, and Independence, that one looks to be a little bit more significant at this time. Looks to be pretty straightforward on that rotation there. Let's go ahead and take a look back here toward Louisville, where we're seeing another strong cell trying to develop. It's trying to start rotating on the east side of Louisville, heading for Simpsonville here soon. That one is trying to begin rotating. We'll continue to watch that for you guys as well. Let's go to Tilt 2 here and check out the northern portion of Hardin County. We do have another cell in the western portion of Hardin County that's also beginning to try and rotate. Not quite mature enough just yet on that cell. Let's go ahead and switch back to Tilt 1 here. I'm not seeing a whole lot of anything else. Let's go ahead and check back on this cell, actually down in southern Kentucky and more so in Tennessee. And let's check and see what's happening down there. That looks like it's also losing its rotation at this time. So hopefully that one continues to weaken as well. I think if it was continuing to keep its strength, it would have already been extended. However, they've not extended that tornado warning and expires in 8 minutes. So we'll continue to watch that down there in the Tennessee and Kentucky border. So things are starting to begin to take a little bit of a tick up here throughout portions of Kentucky as we head throughout the evening. Let's go ahead and keep an eye on this one up here for Owenston and Monterey. Again, looks to be weakening, but again, radar can sometimes lose these things, especially in this portion of Kentucky where it's between the 2 radar sites. It's kind of in a gap. So sometimes it can lose it, but it can still be tornadic activity on the ground. So that's kind of where we're standing at this time. I'm going to continue to look for evidence of tornadic activity for you guys. We've already had it confirmed several times. Or what's this? Okay, from Aaron, the guy we were watching on the broadcast there. Oh, no. This is damage out of Newcastle from that violent tornado that we were discussing. You can see that house was completely ripped apart. This house was completely flattened. Wow. Wow. This guy says he's in position. Does he have a YouTube? He does not. Is it another overturned semi? Assuming this is more damage right here. Okay, let's go back to the radar here. We have a new siren going off. That is for this storm. That's taking a right turn. Staying out of Kentucky at this time. It's still along the Tennessee border, and it's taking a right turn toward Herbig in Tennessee, down there for those portions along the Kentucky and Tennessee border. We're going to continue to take a look up here toward northern Kentucky and just keep an eye on this area because, once again, we do have a history of tornadic activity out of this cell. Right now, it doesn't look like it's completely rotating at this time, but we're going to continue to keep an eye on it because it has that violent history as we just saw. And then another tornado warning up here for Florence, Independence, and Latonia Lakes up there in northern Kentucky. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on these two cells specifically as these evolve. Severe thunderstorm warning just came out for generally that same area down here for LaGrange, Eminence, and J-Town and Simpsonville for 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to 1 inch in diameter hail there in those areas. Again, I just want to reiterate that if you are looking for forecast information on what to expect for the rest of this evening, I can tell you that most of the state is still under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern time, so all hazards are expected until then at least. And let's see here. If you need any more specific details than that, we have several posts and videos all over our Twitter and our Facebook that you can go check out. Right now, we're focused on the immediate threats of the violent tornadoes that are potentially on the ground still in northern Kentucky. And if they were in your area too, you'd want us to talk about them. So please respect that we are focused on these imminent threats. If you need more specific forecast information, I promise you that we have spent the last 6 days talking about this on all of our social media. So you can find all the forecast information that you're going to need for your area on our pages, either on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. These tornado warning storms are mainly, so the one up to the north there is mainly tracking east. The one to the south here is tracking a little bit northeast. So there's the directions for you guys there.
All worried about this
Scan
shit.
off.
So you can see here in his video, you can see here where a lot of damage has occurred in Newcastle, Kentucky, from this tornado that passed through here. So again, this is the same tornado that is in. Let's go ahead and try to move this. Why is it not letting me move it?
Go to Aaron quick.
So this is the same tornado that's down here in Owenton and Monterey, Kentucky. This is the same warning, by the way. I will say that it does look like it's weakened substantially, which is great news there. But still keep your guard up because this has a violent history.
Hello.
And I couldn't catch up with it, so I stopped to shoot this damage. So, did you see it?
I think they're going to allow this warning to expire, however, because, again, that is weakening. So that would leave us with this one up here in Florence and Independence. Let's go ahead and take a look back in at this real quickly and take a look at what we got going on here. Let me switch radars because this is technically probably closer to the other radar. So let's switch. See if we're seeing anything. Still not really seeing a whole lot, so let me go ahead and switch to the other radar software, and we'll take a look at it then, and make sure. A little bit, still not seeing a whole lot there either. Maybe a smidge of rotation. Not really seeing a ton up there in Florence. Looks like Ryan Hall and his team is staying pat in Elizabethtown, which I would too, because you still got to worry about this line out here, which doesn't seem to be moving a whole lot. Realistically, it really doesn't seem to be moving a whole lot, which is quite interesting. Let's go take a look at here at the newest model data since we've got a minute here. I don't really think there's an immediate threat. Let me take one more look up here. Just to make sure that, okay, so the southern tornado warning has finally expired, so that long track tornado looks to be done for the moment, which leaves us with this tornado warning up here. And again, I'm just not seeing a whole lot with it. I'm just not. Let me check multiple radars to make sure. I mean, there's a little bit, but guys, you saw the difference between this one and the other images that we saw on the other tornado warning. They're really not remotely the same. So I'm not really sure there's actually an imminent threat up there for Florence and Independence, Kentucky. But again, we'll continue to treat it with its respect. But let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on around with everything here. So we see the cloud break that's actually occurring in a lot of places. And then you got a straight line of clouds here, which is indicating that cold front that's pushing through with that line of storms. Let's look at some new model data here. Now, model data is pretty useless this close to an event, but sometimes it can be a little bit helpful. It shows a weakening line as it heads toward eastern Kentucky and far central Kentucky, but until then, keeps it pretty strong in some locations there. Let's look at what's happening around the region here with our energy pool. We haven't looked at this in quite some time. Let's go ahead and look at Cape. There's still plenty of storm juice out there. Let's go ahead and look at our wind shear. There's still plenty of wind shear out there. Let's go ahead and look at helicity. There's enough helicity. I wouldn't say there's plenty, but there's enough. Let's look at violent tornado parameter. It's not really lighting up a ton. I know it looks crazy, but it's not really lighting up a ton there. Let's go ahead and look at the 850 millibar. And again, I'm just kind of talking you through this because I want you to know kind of what I'm doing here. A 55 knot jet is actually extremely fast. Let's go ahead and look at out here. There we go, 500 millibar. Okay, that's okay. So still plenty of storm juice out there. StormNet is showing that this tornado down here is going to strengthen quite a bit. Not really seeing a ton to really impress me there with that, honestly. So on the rotation signatures that we are seeing, they're not super impressive at this time. Let's go ahead and check in on this line here in central Kentucky, make sure nothing's really spinning up there. I'm not really seeing anything super impressive out of this line either. Continuing to look. Let's go to tilt 2. There's a smidge of rotation on this cell just to the south of Ratcliffe and Vine Grove, but not a lot there with that one either. Continue to look around. We have a burst of winds toward Campbellsville, but not anything rotating. So we have a couple of windy locations, but nothing really rotating. Now let me watch this. Let me look at this one near Bowling Green real quick. This one does appear to be attempting to rotate near Woodburn, Kentucky. That would track through just to the south of Bowling Green and going toward Glasgow. This one appears to be attempting to rotate. I'm not saying it's doing it just yet, but it looks like it's trying to get its act together. We'll keep an eye on that for you guys there down in south central Kentucky. So we got everywhere covered here in Kentucky for you guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the comments now. I know it's been a while since we've done that. Usually in the tornado warning, it's just so busy I don't really have time to look over and address comments and stuff. So let's go and take a look at all those. Breckenridge is not in the clear. Is there any rotation in the warning east of Louisville? Not that I saw on that scan there. Is Central Kentucky out of the woods? You're not. I would not say Woodford is going to get a pass, no. Nicholas County is still not in the clear either. Bardstown and Ratcliffe are still not clear either. Again, until this back line reaches your area, guys. Until this back line reaches your area, you're not in the clear because this is the actual cold front. So until this line gets past your area, you're not in the clear. So that means that the only areas that are in the clear are the areas that are behind the line. So Owensboro to Henderson, Madisonville, Paducah, Murray, places out in far west Kentucky, those are the only ones in the clear. Outside of that, if you're in front of the line, you're not in the clear. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense to everyone. The clouds might be trying to do something. We're going to keep an eye on it. Looks like we have a storm chaser heading that way right now. Why is everyone's audio so unbelievably loud? It looks like Brad is trying to head toward that cell down in Bowling Green and Woodburn, so we're going to be able to have actual eyeballs on that cell down there as it tries to get its act together. Let's go ahead and take a peek in at the rotation again, or at the wind chart again. Doesn't appear to be doing anything just yet, but again, we'll give it some time to see if it matures or not. Again, not really seeing any rotation. They canceled that tornado warning up there like we thought they would. So no active tornado warnings in the state of Kentucky at this time. First time we've been able to say that in almost an hour. And as soon as I say that, what we saw down there in Bowling Green has begun to spun up. Now we have a new tornado warning that is issued for north central Allen County, central Warren County, west central Barron, and southeastern Edmonson County in south central Kentucky. The hazard is tornado. The source is radar indicated. And other locations impacted. Access going to a dangerous storm will be near Bowling Green at 5:40 Central Daylight Time, Mount Victor around 5:45 Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Three Forks, Red Cross, Hardcastle, Rich Pond, Green Hill, Rocky Hill, Loving, Oakland, Tuckertown, and Hayes. So, tornado warning issued for the Bowling Green area, Smiths Grove, this area down here. We do have a storm chaser that's heading that way, so hopefully we get eyes on this soon for you guys. We'll take a look at that here just one moment. I'm also going to check and see if Heather's got anything on that as well. She might be down there in Bowling Green.
Nope.
Oh, there she has eyes on it. Let's ask Heather where she's at. Close to the WK campus. Looks like it's including all of Metro Bowling Green, Plum Springs, Hardcastle.
Tornado warning.
Okay, so she is in Bowling Green.
I knew that cell was the what, and boom, we got it. So I'm gonna stop here right now and see if we can get a view of this.
All right, we have eyes. We have eyes.
This is likely included, but we are. We're gonna get the hell out of the way.
We have eyes on a. I can confirm this. We have eyes on a tornado near Woodburn, Alvaton, and Polkville. Bowling Green, take your places at this time. Take your safe places at this time if you are in this red polygon. We do have eyes on the tornado as we speak. Yes, Bowling Green is under a tornado warning at this time. Please share the video on Facebook. Please share this to your newsfeed so that your friends and family can view it. That is imperative. Please tap the share button. Yep, we can actually see the rotation on radar as well now. It looks like this is located just to the west of, or I'm sorry, just to the east of Woodburn. It looks like that's where this potential tornado may be located. Again, let's go ahead and take a look back in on the other radar here.
Alright, we're north of it. We are north of it.
Let's mute her and see if I believe it's Brad that's out there. It is. Let's see if Brad has anything to intercept here. Let's see, where is Brad at? Brad is on the north side of this. So he's at about 15 miles away from this. I wouldn't even say 15 miles. He's very close to this. He's on the northern side of this cell. So he may begin to see it as long as there's not a bunch of rain around it. Yes, Brett County's under a severe thunderstorm warning up there. We'll cover that in just a moment. The more imminent threat is absolutely this Bowling Green area. So we're going to cover that more specifically. Things are really beginning to pop off now. So let's just muted my mic by accident because I don't know what happened there. There we go. I'm trying to pull the audio down a little bit so you guys aren't getting blasted by these videos. So real quickly, we'll touch base on this up here. Severe thunderstorm warning is active for 60-mile-per-hour winds in western Grayson, southwestern Breckenridge, and northeastern Ohio counties in central Kentucky until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And that storm is moving at a speed of 55 miles per hour and is heading for the Litchfield areas. More importantly, right now it's in Caneyville, heading toward Rosine, and exiting the Fordsville area. Severe thunderstorm warning for that area in central Kentucky. The more imminent threat is absolutely down here in Bowling Green, and just to the south of it in Woodburn, where we see rotation signatures popping up just to the east of Woodburn, heading toward southern Bowling Green and southern Smiths Grove, eventually toward the Glasgow areas over the next 10 to 15 minutes there. Let's go ahead and hop on board here, see if Brad has caught up to this yet, see if he has any sight on it. He doesn't have any sight on it yet. Let's go ahead and check back in with Heather and see if she has anything to show us.
Look from it facing east. You know what? While I'm thinking about it, let's get the GoPro up. Let's get that running.
Yes, Bowling Green.
All right. Well, that was entertaining. But see, I told y'all, it's something to watch. They had that bowl bottom of it coming around the corner, and I knew it was something to watch. And we watched it for as long as we could. My first coming south.
I want to see if she actually saw it drop.
Oh, goodness. That rain curtain is coming in right there.
I think you can actually see the funnel right there, by the way. This was about 6 minutes ago.
I knew that fell.
Let's just go ahead and pull it back to live. It's struggling. I think her service is struggling a little bit out there. Okay, can't see it at that point. Let's go check back in with Brad. He's getting closer to it. It's like he might have lost service as well. Sometimes when folks get in these big windy fields here, it can make service and connection very difficult to have. So again, if you're just now tuning in here with us, we do have one tornado warning in the state active for the Bowling Green, Smiths Grove area, and Woodburn and Alvaton for those locations down in south central Kentucky. I just want to make sure nothing was going on there. Severe thunderstorm warnings line central Kentucky and Grayson, Breckenridge, and Ohio. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warnings up here in LaGrange area as well for imminence as well, to include that Owenton, Dry Ridge, and Falmouth. And those locations up there in northern Kentucky are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag on that. Again, the more imminent threat being the tornado warning down here once again for Allen, Warren, Barron, and Edmonson counties down here in south central Kentucky. Let's see if Brad has connection now. He does. Let's see if we can get something to show on his. Why is his video so absurdly loud? So for those of you that are familiar with Bowling Green, I know there's a lot of folks asking about it. Here's Bowling Green. Let me look up. A lot of folks have a lot of kids going to WKU. So we'll look up their address real quick and get the most specific spot. Looks like they are just to the northwest of 31 Bypass. And, okay. So I can tell you that the storm system is moving to the south of WKU's campus and should not interact with it. So I can tell you right now that this tornado warning is actually heading just to the south of WKU's campus and should not interact with it in any way. So for those of you that are concerned about your kids down there in WKU, you don't have any real concern. All right, looks like he lost his connection, which tends to happen from time to time when people are chasing. I was trying to get off the camera there and show you guys for yourself what he was seeing there. I'm going to take a look around the region here real quickly, just to make sure we don't have any rogue cells popping up here in central Kentucky where it looks like it might be getting a little bit more enhanced. Let's take a look around here. Don't see a whole lot happening with those cells in Hardin or Bullitt counties. There is a brief outflow boundary in Mount Washington that might be causing some really big wind gusts up there. Don't see anything out there. Let's go ahead and head back up here toward Williamstown in this area in northern Kentucky. Probably closer to that Cincinnati radar. Let's go ahead and take a look up here. Not seeing a whole lot there. It looks like straight line winds for that area. And that's heading for Falmouth and Dry Ridge and Williamstown, and then eventually out toward Augusta, Brooksville, Ripley, and Maysville, just to the north of Mount Olivet in that area. So it should skip over that area there. So again, the main threat right now is absolutely down here toward the Bowling Green areas, heading toward Smiths Grove and this area down here in Edmondson, Barron, and Warren counties. Let's go ahead and take a look over here at the other radar, see if he's got his stream back up yet. Doesn't appear that he has it back up just yet. He might get it here soon. Let's see if Heather is actually still going as well. It's moving at a speed of about 45 to 55 mile per hour. It's kind of slowing down and then throttling up, slowing down and throttling up. Okay, it looks like you really can't see a whole lot from her perspective there. Is Brad back up yet? Brad is back up. So let's make sure we got everything measured here. Let's go ahead and check back in on the velocity here down in south central Kentucky. Let's switch over to the other radar down here in, let's see here, do we want to go Nashville or Purdue or Hop? I think we go Nashville. All right, we see it's not really rotating as bad as it was before, so it could be a good sign that it's beginning to weaken. We'll keep an eye on that in Bowling Green. Let's hop back on here with Brad and see if he sees anything different than what the radar is showing. Looks like he's beginning to try and intercept it. He's in a really good position. And again, a lot of folks are still under that tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern time at the least. They could be extended, but we're going to keep an eye on that for you guys. Again, I want to thank everyone that has been sharing the video, everyone that has been liking the video, everyone that's been commenting. Thank you guys so much for your help and with support. All those things help us to spread our video out more so that more folks can get informed and up to date on what to expect. So thank you guys so much for all of your help with that. Again, if you're just not tuning in here, we are on board with Brad Arnold. He is chasing a storm that is capable of producing a tornado as it is under a tornado warning just to the north of Alvaton, heading for Green Hill, Motley, Claypool, Martinsville, Three Forks, Pondsville, Railton, Red Cross, and those areas down here for the bulletin of Central Allen, southeastern Warren, west central Barron, and southeastern Edmonson counties in south central Kentucky. Again, if you're just not tuning in as well, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for western Grayson, southwestern Breckenridge, and northeastern Ohio County for winds up to 60 miles per hour and some small hail. Severe thunderstorm warnings do lie on the northern side of the line as well for folks in northeastern Owen and Pendleton counties, as well as Grant County there. Southeastern Oldham and northwestern Shelby and Henry counties line a threat for 60 mile per hour wind gust in that area as well. Looks like we may potentially be having a supercell budding in central Hardin County. We'll keep an eye on that cell there too. Now that's still got to do a lot more maturing, but we'll keep an eye on that area as well for any type of possible hiccups there. At this moment, it looks pretty immature in terms of cell growth. But it is jumping in front of the line, trying to get its act together, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. For those of you that were concerned about the southeastern Tennessee, or I'm sorry, northeastern Tennessee, southeastern Kentucky possible tornado that has been dissipated and pretty much is falling apart out there. So let's hop back on board with Brian, or not Brian, but Brad here, and see if he spots anything along his route here. For anyone, by the way, for anyone that's looking for forecast information, again, all that forecast information is on our page, either on Twitter at WeatherNowKY over there, or on Facebook at KYWX on Facebook. All the forecast information on what you can expect throughout the rest of the night is already on our pages. Just scroll through and look for that information here. Right now on this cast, we're looking at the actual imminent threats, not really looking at the forecast. We're now casting. But I promise you, all that information is on our social medias for you guys to view, whether you want to read it with the post or whether you want to watch it in one of the live videos that we did earlier today. All that information is out there. I can tell you that right now, Tornado Watch still exists for a great chunk of Kentucky. Again, as that front pushes through, they are dropping folks. So Western Kentucky has been, or far Western Kentucky, I should say, has been dropped from the Tornado Watch. Tornado Watch continues for a great chunk of Kentucky. So if you're asking if you're still under the gun, well, if your county is still purple, then you're under the gun. All hazards are still expected throughout the night. We've already had 2 potentially significant tornadoes. On top of that, this morning, I think we're up to 6 confirmed tornadoes from this morning's round. So at the least, we've had 8 tornadoes today, approaching that double-digit mark, which would make it a pretty violent day across the area. Hopefully things can continue to tame themselves. We're continuing to watch this line out here for west central Kentucky, seeing if anything begins to start to shape its way out there. Again, no road rotation along that line. There is some pockets of some heavier wind burst, but other than that, everything looks to be tamed. Let's go take a check-in on this cell down here in Bowling Green. Still getting that TVS signature there, but not really seeing a whole lot of rotation personally with my eyes here. Still keeping an eye on it, though, for you guys down there in Warren County, Allen and Barron counties down there as well. Echo, thank you for the update there. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone that's hitting the thumbs up button on YouTube as well. I appreciate your guys' support on the YouTube as well. Thank you so much.
Probably didn't inflow into that thing.
Just making sure I haven't missed any important communications real quickly. Okay.
Continue on I-65 north for 23 miles.
Okay, I think he's kind of going away from this. I think he's kind of seeing what we're seeing. The rotation is beginning to dissipate for that cell that is currently tornado warned. However, it looks like it is beginning to really weaken out there for that area in Bowling Green to the eastern portions of that county, heading towards Smiths Grove, Park City, and then eventually Glasgow as well. So it looks like he's heading back toward this central line up here in central Kentucky, which, by the way, that severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire as well, which leaves us with this. The dying tornado warning out here in Bowling Green, just to the east of that. Severe thunderstorm warning out here in far corner of Kentucky in Pineville in southeastern Kentucky. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds out there for that as well. This severe thunderstorm warning is beginning to diminish in north central or northern Kentucky, I should say, as is that one. So hopefully this is the trend to start the downside of the event. I'm not going to call it that yet, but it looks like generally across the board here, things are beginning to wind down. I'm not going to give the all clear yet. Matter of fact, it'll probably still be a while before that occurs. But it looks like generally things are beginning to wind down a little bit throughout the state. I feel like the line has not moved. I would agree with you. I would agree with you. It really kind of feels like that line just really hasn't moved very much. So I mean, I would agree with you on that. It kind of almost looks like it's stalling out, which can mean that it's beginning to cold pool, right? And that would mean it's beginning to weaken. It would actually produce more rainfall than anything. So let's hope that's the trend. Let's hope that's the trend. I really don't want to see what I saw earlier about 45 minutes ago, which was a really strong tornado signature for Newcastle, Kentucky, and Prospect, Kentucky, up there in north central Kentucky. That was probably the strongest tornado signature I've seen today yet. Outside of that, overall, the system is kind of underperforming. Outside of those couple of tornado warnings that we saw this afternoon, the morning round ended up performing more than this round so far, which is quite astounding when you think about what time that came in the morning. Let me go take a look at some of your comments now. Monticello, again, not any real threat out there at the moment. I don't really expect a massive threat from Monticello at this time. Who's a storm tracker in Sonora? That was Ryan Hall's team. I'm not sure where. Oh, he's down here in Mumfordville now. Looks like he might be trying to intercept this storm, although he might be actually heading more toward Tennessee at this point. Oh, this would be YR. Is that the case? I'm going to take a look at something real quickly. What in the world? Okay. Surface. Okay, our low pressure for the system is all the way up in Michigan? Yes, Michigan, sorry. I had a brain fart there for a second. So model data actually had this low pressure all the way down here in central Indiana, or I'm sorry, central Illinois going to northern Indiana. So that shift of about 100 miles is probably the big reason on why a lot of these storms, for the most part, now again, so we've had a couple of tornado warnings, we've had some severe storms, I've even taken some damage here in Radcliffe. But that's probably the big reason why that so far the storm system has stayed pretty tamed. Because it looks like the low pressure is way up there, going over the Great Lakes. It's way up there. When it gets that far away, it's really hard for the storm system to be able to pull the energy up and to be able to transfer energy throughout each layer of the atmosphere. So that could be the great reason on why this has stayed pretty much tame so far. 1 second real quick. I got to turn off my fan. I'm starting to freeze. All right, sorry about that. I was starting to freeze. I had that fan on earlier because it was so humid. But okay. So it looks like while I was gone for about 30 seconds there, the tornado warning was canceled, and that leaves us with the 2 severe warnings. One in far northern Kentucky. That one is going toward Falmouth and heading north of Mount Olivet and heading out toward this area in northeast Kentucky in Brooksville and Powersville. And then one all the way down here in southeast Kentucky that's heading toward Harlan. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1.5-inch hail is the threats there. Possible tornado with this cell, however, it is not tornado warned. A 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat for that one. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that one up there to the north and see if there's any type of rotation with it, since it does have a tornado possible tag on it. And the thing that really is unfortunate about storms going through this northern portion of Kentucky is it's in between the triangle of radars. It's kind of in a dead spot. But we're going to try our best to take a look at it here. Looks like it has some broad rotation to it. I wouldn't really call it rotating. It looks like it has some very, very broad rotation to it. So right now, most of the cells look to be staying pretty tamed, which is absolutely the best case scenario. I'm telling you right now, even though we've had the potential violent tornado in Prospect and Newcastle, potential tornado down there in Bowling Green, we had those 6, I believe 6 last time I checked, confirmed tornadoes this morning. That puts us at 8 at the least. Even though we had those 8 tornadoes today and multiple severe warnings, I can't tell you how lucky we are so far. Now, I'm not going to get the all clear because we still have to worry about this cold front pushing through here, and we still have to worry about this line here. But I can't tell you that up to this point how lucky we are because of the amount of storm energy that was out there, guys. I can't put it into perspective. If it's like if your car, you're putting gas in there and you start to overfill it and gas is spilling out of the car. That's how much energy was in the atmosphere today. So to only end up with so far 8 tornadoes and a few severe cells is absolutely the best case scenario so far. Because this really could have been a lot worse up to this point. Now, again, I'm not giving the all clear, but the way things are really looking, it's starting to appear that this is becoming a cold pull event, and that will start to have more rain showers occur over the next 20 minutes, and that will help to dissipate a lot of the energy. But we're going to keep an eye on that, make sure that doesn't change for you guys. We're going to stay right here with you. Let me catch up on all these star donations, because you guys have been going absolutely insane tonight. You guys have been going absolutely insane tonight with the support. We're up to 530 shares. Thank you guys a lot, because you guys don't understand how many people message us and say that they were greatly impacted and greatly protected because their friends and family shared the video, and they had no idea what was going on until their friends and family shared that video, right? So you guys genuinely have no idea how many people you actually help when you do share the video on Facebook. And it's not just a for an us type of thing. It's because we actually get messages all the time after almost every system. They're kind of saying the same thing. It really is super helpful. Jonathan Meredith with a 520 stars. Thank you so much for that. It says, I live near Oakland, Kentucky. What's to come for that or a rough idea? Well, Jonathan, if you could give me the county you're in. I don't really know Oakland. It's probably a small town if I don't know it. If you give me the county or city that you're in, I'll try to help you out with that. Zach with a 300 stars. Thank you so much for your kindness there. I appreciate you. Let me make sure I'm going through. I'm sure I missed more. Riley with 99 stars. That was a long time ago. Samantha with 200 stars a long time ago. I'm so sorry I missed these. When I'm in those tornado warnings, I don't really look at stuff. 200 stars from Bethany, thank you. Another 200 from Bethany, thank you as well. 50 from Bethany as well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Jessica with 200 stars, I appreciate you, thank you so much. Kristen with 500 stars, thank you so much. Betty with 20 stars, thank you a ton. Wow, you guys are going insane tonight. Thank you so much for the support. It has been a long 6 days. Our first alert on this, and I can actually probably pull this up for you. Let me take a look here. So, our first alert for this storm system, if it will actually catch up. No one is all clear yet, but it does look like it's trending to be weaker. But our first alert for this storm system, man, I made a lot of posts last few days. Let me tell you that, because it's taking me forever to get down here. Catherine with 100 stars, thank you so much. Icarus, thank you for the 10 stars. I appreciate that. And she said those are her last stars. Hey, I appreciate any type of star donation. Thank you so much. Okay, dude, I've made so many posts over the last few days. This is insane. Richard, thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate that. Stars are like kind of like a donation you can give to the WNK team. It's not required, but it's definitely appreciated. So this is the first post that we made on this event. And look at that. It was 6 days ago. So I'm so proud of our team so far. And again, this night's not over with. I don't want anyone to let their guard down. But I'm so proud of our team so far. We highlighted this 6 days ago. Where did it go? Where did you go? Right there. 6 days ago. Early alert. There's solid agreement amongst major models that a strong severe storm threat will present itself on or near April 1st. So, I mean, I'm very proud of our team for being able to pull that off from that far away. Again, we're not letting our guard down yet, but I just want to give a quick shout out and thank you to Cherie, who's been manning the Twitter all day. Ivy, Brianna, who's been in the chat with us most of the day. Bo, who's been in and out in the chat most of the day as well. Michael Greenwood, who I believe has been in the YouTube chat most of the day. Neil, who's been helping us with the forecast. Mike's on vacation, but he's been helping us as he can. Thank you to our entire team. So far tonight, it's been a phenomenal forecast. We are really blessed to have the team that we've developed, and we're continuing to develop over the next couple of years here. Now, again, we're still not letting our guard down here on the live broadcast. We're going to stick here with you guys. Overall, the theme, though, so far has been a weaker theme. However, I do want to remind you that there is plenty of energy at play. These storms can absolutely turn back up at any second. So we're not going to let our guard down here. We're not going to get too soapy. We're going to continue to watch things for you. This sail down to our Bowling Green looks like it's wanting to try to do a little something again. Speaking of that, it's not quite there yet. The winds are kind of in the wrong place for it to do so. But it's going to try to get its act together once again. We'll keep an eye on that cell for you guys. The one in northern Kentucky still looks to just be a casual severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts up there. And then down here towards southeastern Kentucky going to Harlan, that cell looks like it's capable of producing some good hail down there and perhaps some strong winds. But overall, that seems to be the only real threats so far. Those two cells on both sides of Kentucky right there. Oh my goodness, there's so many stars coming in. Bear with 99 stars says, what about Scott County? Still under that tornado watch until 8 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you so much for your donation. Rebecca with 350 stars says, thank you so much, George. Y'all are doing an amazing job. You make me feel so much better. Rebecca, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Jonathan with another 500 stars says, Oakland is in Warren County. Rain and hail just picked up here and satellite just went out. So Warren County is not under any type of warning at this time. You have a strong thunderstorm over that area, but it's not under any type of warning. Thank you for your few donations. Samantha with 50 stars, thank you so much. Amanda with 145 stars. Richard 200. Catherine with 100. Thank you guys so much for all those star donations, and they continue with Vera at 99 stars. Thank you so much for that. Aaron with 20 stars says, hubby found a picture of the prospect tornado on Facebook. Lady caught it on her Ring camera. I didn't know if you would want me to send it to you, send the screenshot to you. Yeah, you can actually message our Facebook page. Catherine, thank you for your 20 stars. Thank you so much. I appreciate your long-term friendship there. Tommy with 100 stars. I appreciate that a ton as well. Thank you so much. Beth with 100. You guys are going absolutely insane with the stars tonight. I think our largest donation has been 1,000 stars so far. Thank you so much. Richard with 300 stars, thank you. And I see some people asking about E-Town and Radcliffe. You still have that cold front storm line approaching there, so not all clear just yet, although it doesn't look like it's any imminent threat at this moment. Thundering and Winchester, Adam, thank you for the update there. Pretty nasty in Southern Breckenridge and Grayson. Yes, thank you very much for the update there. It looks to be non-severe at this time, but again, they're still going to sound really rowdy because of the amount of heat energy that's out there. Flemingsburg, Kentucky, still under that tornado watch until later on tonight, I believe. We're going to keep an eye on that area for you throughout the next hour or so. Since it is storming here in central Kentucky, will it weaken the cold front for us? It won't. But on the same hand, it still just looks like an overall weaker line. Now, again, I would not let my guard down because you never know when these storms run into boundaries that haven't really been touched in a while. Like, for example, when this central line right here enters into Hardin County, which hasn't stormed in a while, or LaRue or Nelson, it can turn back up a little bit. So we're not going to let our guard down. We're still going to keep an eye on things for you here behind the desk. Although it still doesn't look like there's any real major concerns with this line. I'm just looking all around. I don't really see anything at the moment. All right. Oh my gosh, Naelma. Thank you for the 1,000 stars. Thank you guys for all the time and effort your team puts in. Thank you so much for that donation. I appreciate that. Stephanie with the 99 stars. Thank you so much. TJ, 99 stars as well. Richard with 300 stars. Thank you guys so much for all of your donations there. And I appreciate everyone that has shared the video, everyone that has subscribed on YouTube and hit the like button. All the new subscribers on Facebook as well, which is another way you can support on Facebook if you like. It's not required. Thank you guys so much. Nasty storm in McCreary County right now. Thank you for the update there. I appreciate that. Again, Radcliffe is not all clear yet. You still have to wait for that line to come through. Smiths Grove, you're still waiting on the main cold front to come through as well. Yes, you still have a storm system coming to Glasgow. Whoever was asking that on YouTube, thank you so much for asking. Oh my goodness. Jessica with the 230 stars, thank you a ton. John Mark with the 100 stars. Jesse with 99 stars. And Derek with 99 stars as well. Thank you so much. So tornado warning has been issued for Northern Kentucky. We've been keeping a close eye on this. Again, let's go ahead and go back up here. It's been trying to rotate for a while, but it's been kind of just borderline. Looks like they went ahead and issued that tornado warning up there for Northern Kentucky, which is not updating our radar scope for some reason. So let's try that again. It's still not wanting to update our radar scope. That's interesting. So let's go ahead and just look at our model or our radar here on Radar Omega. Looks like it's probably closest to this radar here. Let's go ahead and click on that one. Trevor and Chris, thank you for your star donations. I appreciate that. Yeah, we do see a little bit of rotation there. It's not anything super impressive, but we do see a bit of reversing winds there on that velocity chart. Let's check to see if there's any correlation drops that we talked about earlier. Not really. I'm not saying it's non-existent, but not really anything on the correlation. There is some rotation there, though, so we're going to keep an eye on that for you real quickly. And it looks like we have Mr. Corey trying to head that way now. Looks like he's quite a bit behind it, though. Let's see if he can catch up to that. Let's go ahead and pull it back up the radar scope here and see if it's updated. It's finally updated. Let's go ahead and take a look in on the wind charts here. Definitely a good pocket of rotation there. And so this is actually inside of Sorry about that. Northwestern Mason, Central Bracken, and southeastern Brown County. Brown County being in Ohio, Bracken and Mason being in northern Kentucky. It's moving at a speed of 55 mile per hour. Tornado and quarter-sized hail are the main threats there. And the locations more specifically impacted include Brooksville, Powersville, Ripley, Aberdeen, and Maysville, Kentucky. For those places out there on northern Kentucky border going to Ohio. Check this out once again. Definitely some good rotation showing up there. This might actually be a strong tornado on the ground. We're gonna continue to keep an eye on it. Definitely looks like it's at least a tornado. So sometimes with rotating storms, you can get hail out of them as well. This one looks like it's definitely a surface-based rotation, which means that tornadic activity is probably the most likely mode out of this. Stephanie, thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate your kindness there. Make sure we don't have anything going on anywhere. Oh, tornado warning down here as well now. I didn't hear the siren on that. Tornado warning down here for Harlan. Let's go ahead and click on this bulletin down here. National Weather Service in Jackson, Kentucky has issued a tornado warning for Harlan County, East Central Bell County, Western Letcher County, and Southeastern Perry County in southeastern Kentucky until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 7:14, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Catania or near Harlan, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So again, we have another tornado warning down here in southern Kentucky for Cumberland, Harlan, and Everett for those areas down there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar scans down in that location as well. If I can find a local radar. There we go. So that one definitely appears to have some good rotation to it as well. So both of these look like very solid tornado threats that are on the ground. This one more specifically toward Harlan, Loyal, Wallens Creek, Yancey, Everett, Aegis, Canvier, and Disney. Those are the tornado warnings there. It also includes Cumberland City there. Someone asked about anywhere else in Kentucky. There's no other severe warnings except for these two. One in southeastern Kentucky, and then one up here in northeastern Kentucky, which let's go ahead and check back in on that one in that area of northeastern Kentucky. Aviation, hello. Still seeing a good pocket of rotation up here from northeastern Kentucky heading out to the Ohio border. Still seeing a pretty clear signature rotation, actually, in both locations. So both locations are equally concerning at this time. Once again, Harlan and Cumberland, you need to be in your safe spots down there in southeastern Kentucky and in between there, as well as Ripley, north of Maysville, going into Brooksville, and the portions of northeastern Kentucky up there. Both need to be in your safe spots at this time. Elsewhere in Kentucky, there are no other severe warnings. Anton, there's no severe warning or anything in Bowling Green. No, Bowling Green's not in the clear. No one is in the clear until the cold front passes you. The cold front is still well back here west of I-65. So unless it passes you, you're not in the clear. Auburn coming towards BG. There's not even a warning out there. So I'm going to focus more on the tornado warning spots. Yeah, the cold front, I know it's barely moving along, ain't it? Bowling Green's cowbells went off. I'm not really sure why. I don't see a tornado warning anywhere. Let me triple check on the outlook here. I don't see any tornado warning posted for Bowling Green, so I'm not quite sure why the bells are going off there in Bowling Green. What I can do, though, is because this is looking a little bit stronger, I'm going to go over here and actually check Bowling Green out. and make sure this is not rotating again. Remember, this one did rotate before, so we're going to take a look at it. A little bit. It looks to be pretty weak at the moment between Auburn and Franklin. But it is rotating a little bit. I wouldn't say it's strong enough to produce any type of tornadic activity at the moment, but it does look like it is strengthening, or at least attempting to. Looks like we got some storm chasers set up near Glasgow. Again, so the main tornado warnings right now are between Cumberland and Harlan, Kentucky, down in southeastern portions of the area. And then once again up here toward Ripley and Brooksville, Powersville, and northeastern Kentucky. Those areas are the main ones under the gun at the moment. We're going to continue to take a look at this on a radar scope. I want to look at this Bowling Green cell once more. It's trying to on the Glasgow side. It's definitely trying to also on the Auburn side as well. I wouldn't say it's tight enough to do anything yet, but they're both definitely trying to. One near Glasgow and then one near Auburn. So we're going to keep an eye on both of those, which I'm not sure why they're not severe warned. They should at least be severe warned. Let's go ahead and take a look over here toward central Kentucky now, where we're starting to get some tornado signatures, at least from the radar system anyway. Don't see any rotation up there. Keep that over there. And again, let's take a real quick peek into this situation on here, southeastern Kentucky. So we definitely have some rotating winds trying to get its act together down here in southeastern Kentucky as well. And let's go up here to eastern Kentucky, northern, and it's definitely still rotating up there as well. So we got some reignition of the line here. So if you wouldn't mind, tap the share button on the bottom portion of your screen. I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but please do that. That helps us to spread the new information around. So please tap the share button at the bottom portion of your screen. Help us share this video on your news feed so that your friends and family can get informed as well. And there's the tornado warning for Bowling Green. I was wondering why it was taking so long. Bowling Green now under a tornado warning again for the southern portions of Bowling Green. Let's go ahead and read the bulletin here. Why is my sound not coming through, by the way? Tornado warning for east central Logan, northern Simpson, west central Allen, and southwestern Warren County in south central Kentucky. At 6:20 p.m., a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles southwest of Memphis Junction, moving east at 45 miles per hour. And again, this dangerous storm will be near Bowling Green around 6:30 p.m. Central Time, Memphis Junction around 6:35 p.m. Central Time. And again, this does look like some pretty good rotation here. And for those of you that are going to ask about if this is going to impact WKU campus, it looks like it should stay south of it once again. So we're going to keep an eye on that for you guys in the Bowling Green area. So we now have 3 tornado warnings ongoing in the state. Let's zoom in out here. We have one up here for northern Kentucky in Ripley and Maysville. We have one down here in southeastern Kentucky between Cumberland and Harlan. And then one over here toward Bowling Green and those areas there. It looks like both of those chasers are heading back toward that area. Also, this cold front line is now impacting Hardin County. It looks like it's starting to strengthen a little bit there. So we'll keep an eye on that area too. So overall, we got a little bit of a reignition of the line here. That's kind of what we're talking about 5 to 10 minutes ago. When we're talking about how it started to look a little bit weaker. But I warned that with a situation like this, with this much energy, it can quickly flip back the other way. And it looks like that's starting to happen. I just looked at that Glasgow one. It's not severe warned at the moment, but it does look like it's gaining strength. The main 3 cells right now are definitely northeastern Kentucky. Once again up there toward Ripley, Kentucky, or Ripley, Ohio, I should say. And then up here, down here towards southern eastern Kentucky in Harlan and Cumberland. And then once again over here for southern Bowling Green, more specifically heading for Woodburn, exiting Auburn, and heading toward the I-65 corridor there. Those are your main areas of impact at this time. I'm actually going to sit here and see if we can't get Heather back up here, who should be chasing this.
That way, if we're on top of the overpass, we will have escape routes available to us. To me. See, I keep saying us. Like, y'all are just a part of the package now. All right. Let's Stop over here. Let's take a look at this really quick.
I think Heather's still in BG.
All right, here we are. Yes, I am in Bowling Green.
Guys, I've already announced the new warning for Bowling Green. I'm going to restart my radar, though, because I think it's kind of lagging.
That is a very nice couplet we got there. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. You can hear tornado siren.
So I was going to take a look right here again. A pretty clear signature rotation now entering the Woodburn areas, and Rich Pond up next, Petros up next after that. A pretty clear signature rotation here on this scan. Let's go ahead and check the correlation coefficient chart. We do see a bit of a drop right there as well, so I'm pretty confident that Heather is about to see a tornado on the ground in southern Bowling Green heading toward Woodburn.
We need to. That's it, right there. It's behind those trees.
Again, please share the video as on your newsfeed, as we do have a potentially serious situation unfolding.
I'm going to go over here really quick and turn around. So that way my escape route of driving the other way.
Again, there's no warning in Glasgow yet. Now, I do expect that there to be a severe warning eventually there. But look at the difference between Glasgow's wind fields, right? No really reversing winds, right? When I go down here toward Rockfield and Woodburn, you see reversing winds. That's the difference right now. That's why Glasgow is not warned and Bowling Green is. For those of you that are curious about that. Also, real quickly, if you're just now tuning in here, we do have another tornado warning out here for Cumberland and Harlan, Kentucky, and southeastern portions of the state. And again, up here for northern portions of the state near the Kentucky and Ohio border. So we have 3 different tornado warnings active at this time. And again, if you want to support Heather, Bama Girl TNWX on YouTube. Corey, thank you. I saw your message. I just haven't had the chance just yet.
That camera in. All right, there we go. There it is. There it is on radar.
Okay, so she's actually got great footage of this.
We are on the south side of it, but it's gaining strength. It absolutely is gaining strength.
This is absolutely a tornado on the ground, by the way, for Woodburn, Rich Pond, Petros, heading to the I-65 corridor and I-165 corridor. Make sure that if you are in this red polygon here, to be in your safe spot at this time. This looks like a pretty strong tornado that is approaching the area. Heather should have a great shot of it here soon for everyone. If you're also in southeastern Kentucky, in Cumberland and Harlan, make sure you're in your safe spot as well for those places there. And then up here for Maysville, heading to northern eastern Kentucky, make sure you're in your safe spot as well. The most dire situation right now looks to be down here toward the south central portions of the state, where the rotation looks to be strongest.
I'm right here, 165 at the Plano Road exit.
Yes, Bowling Green. Yes, Edmonson County.
So, okay, exit 22. Okay. But where this is coming here, that'll pass. Move on so you can see it. Trying to get my bearings so that way I know
Heather is fixing to have a phenomenal shot of this unfortunate tornado in South Warren County.
looking at my map here so that way I know.
Again, if you're tuning in, I'm going to mute her for 1 second. If you're just not tuning in here, I've seen a lot of new faces coming in. First of all, thank you for tuning in. I am Chief Forecaster George Herbig with you on here from Weather Now, Kentucky. A violent tornado is on the ground here toward south portions of Woodburn, heading toward Rockfield and heading toward the I-65 and 165 corridor. We also have a tornado warning that is on the ground or on the radar here for Cumberland and Harlan in southeastern Kentucky. We also have another tornado warning up here that looks to be waning up here for the very far northeastern portions of the state, just north of Maysville. Outside of that, a strong line of thunderstorms entering Hardin County and Jefferson counties and Nelson County out here in north central Kentucky that is not currently severe warned. We also have another strong cell out here going out of Cave City and heading more for the Highway 68 toward Greensburg, also not severe warned. A cold front line is passing through just to the west of Bowling Green, which is actually helping to force this storm up into the atmosphere and creating a strong rotation on it. And that is actually going to be the end marker of the event. So once this cold front is past you, you are all clear. Until then, you are not all clear. So right now, again, we are on board with Heather, aka Bama Girl TNWX on YouTube. If you want to go subscribe to her, she is a phenomenal storm chaser that we're on board with right now. She's actually in this area along the I-65 corridor here. You can actually see her at one of the exits. Now let's go ahead and unmute her audio.
I don't know if it's on the ground, guys.
Doesn't appear to be, does it? We can actually see the lowering, but we don't really see it interacting with the ground, do we? We can see the lowering.
I don't know if this is on the ground.
But we don't actually see it making contact with the ground, which is quite interesting because if you look at the velocity measurements here, it's absolutely rotating. There's no doubt in my mind it's rotating. But it looks like it's not, maybe not making contact with the ground currently, and I can't even tell what I'm looking at now. I think she's trying to zoom in on it. Oh, it's absolutely not making contact with the ground. This is not on the ground. I think it was on the ground at one point. It's not on the ground now. At this moment, this is not on the ground. Again, if you're just now tuning in here with us, we do have 3 active tornado warnings in the state. One far northeastern, just north of Maysville. One in the southeastern portions of Kentucky, down here for Cumberland and Harlan. And then one for down here in south central Kentucky along the I-65 corridor, just to the south of Bowling Green. Now, I do believe that this tornado was once on the ground, given the radar images that I saw. However, at this moment, we can actually see the funnel cloud base. It is not on the ground. Her name is, you can actually see it in the bottom left corner of the screen there, Bama Girl TNWX. That's how you can subscribe to her on YouTube. Subscribing is just like following on any other platform.
We are going to really quick. Oops, sorry. We're going to go here real quick. That was completely illegal, but I think...
She's hilarious, dude. So she was on the ground out there in Bowling Green doing some road work with us. Let's go ahead and pull back up the radar here real quickly after I check this out. Okay. So we're going to pull back up the radar here, take a look at what's going on in different locations. The special weather statement's been canceled for Hardin County. That's no longer even a threat there. Elsewhere around the region, we have this rotating storm down here to the south of Bowling Green. Looks like we saw it firsthand there. It's not on the ground. This one near Glasgow has got a lot of folks' attention. It is not severe warning. It's not even a special weather statement. It's nothing at the moment. Let's go ahead and check out the velocity measurements down there. It's definitely got some wind burst to it. Absolutely got some wind burst to it. However, and let's go ahead and switch radars actually as well, just to make sure. Yeah, not seeing a whole lot there. It's got some wind burst to it, absolutely. But it's not tight enough in a couplet to say that that is a tornado. So let's go ahead and check out. Sorry, the winds are going crazy again here. Let's go ahead and check out down here for Harlan, Kentucky, and out here to the southeast. That looks like the rotation might be weakening as well. We'll keep an eye on it. Let's go ahead and check up here to the northeast here in the northern portions of the state. That one does look like it's still rotating. See how bright and deep each side is, and see how it forms a little bit more of a circle. That's more what you're looking for when you're looking for tornadic signature, and that looks like it has. It looks like it's exiting Kentucky though, so we're going to stop coverage on that one here very soon. So let's go ahead and go back down here toward Central Kentucky and switch back over to our regular radar. And it looks like Ryan Hall and his partner out here, Brad Arnold, is heading toward the Bowling Green Storm to try to intercept it. Now it looks like they might be trying to head back toward Glasgow. They needed to split up and go 1-on-1. They can't make up their mind on where they want to go. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here for the Corbin area. 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch diameter hail for that area in southeastern Kentucky, just north of Williamsburg. So a few different things going on there. Let's go ahead and take a look and make sure there's no other rotations or anything going on. I'm not seeing a whole lot of anything along the cold front line. Not seeing a whole lot of anything anywhere at the moment. Let's go check back in on the Bowling Green Storm, make sure that hasn't been rotating again. Now, there is some broad rotation there, but again, it's just not deep enough, not tight enough to call that a couplet for a tornado. And again, we saw it firsthand with Heather that was not touching the ground. That is non-severe, Jennifer. It's just a regular casual thunderstorm at this moment. Frankfurt is enduring a thunderstorm at this moment that is non-severe as well. Just sitting now near E-Town Airport. Thank you so much for that update there. Thank you for the update there, Hannah. We actually had that storm spotter there, Heather, and we actually saw that where it was not making any contact with the ground, thankfully. Let's go ahead and check back in with her, make sure nothing else is going sideways. What is she doing with her camera? Get it together, Heather. What is she doing with her camera right now? Okay, thank you. I thought I was losing my mind right there for a second. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking Mesoskeletal discussions to make sure that we're not missing anything.
I think we're in a better spot here.
Thank you so much. I've been out for a while. Thank you.
You'll be able to watch it. Past to the north of us safely.
Okay, we're not missing anything from the Storm Prediction Center. That's perfect.
Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. Appreciate you coming here for the view. Right now, I am on.
Okay. We're going to mute her real quickly for a second. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar here real quickly. We do have the Bowling Green, the tornado warning that's in the south toward Alvaton and Woodburn. However, we have live footage from that chaser there, Heather, and that is not touching the ground at this time, so it's not a major concern. It also looked like it was retreating back up into the sky, the little funnel cloud it did have, so not a major concern there. This tornado warning is pushing out of Kentucky at this point, so not a major concern for that up there as well. We do have Mount Olivet, who's under a severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, the main threat there. A tornado is possible in that cell as well. So for those folks in Mount Olivet towards Sardis, Shannon, Bridgeville, and places in northeastern Kentucky, make sure you're just kind of on guard for what to expect there. Southeastern Kentucky, still under that tornado warning from Cumberland, which I'm not really sure about Harlan is still under that because it's definitely out of Harlan at this point. Pretty obvious there. They should trim that down. But Cumberland, you're under that tornado warning at this time. Down there in southeast Kentucky, nothing looks super impressive on the rotation charts there either. So we're gonna kind of keep a general overlook out here. All 3 tornado warnings don't look all that impressive at this time. It looks like they're all 3 weakening at the same time here, so that's great news. For Springfield and BG, well, we have a spotter that's on the ground there, and she has not spotted anything. We saw some rotation up in the sky, but it has not made any contact with the ground since she intercepted it. So it looks like it's beginning to weaken out there, but we'll keep her pulled up here because at this time it looks to be the most imminent threat, even though it looks like it's weakening. And again, she is in South Bowling Green. And this is Bama Girl KYWX on YouTube, aka Heather. And I've got to run to the little weatherman's room here very soon. She got a funnel cloud?
Y'all seeing that?
I think she has a funnel cloud and South BG.
We're gonna get slapped with some heavy rain here in a minute. We got the trees. Gotta pay attention to the trees. Unfortunately, it's not on the ground, and that's a shame. But we'll still watch it, because it's pretty. That is pretty structure. Those are annoying. It's going to pass just to our north.
All right, what does Heather have here for us? Sorry about that. I had to run to the restroom real quickly. I am back now, though.
It dissipated.
Oh, did it go back up?
A forward cell come right through the same area.
You can see the funnel cloud, though. It's really hard to see, I know, but I'll outline it for you. It's right there, but it's just staying up in the air, which is good. We want that to stay up in the air. Marcy with the 99 stars, thank you so much. Ashley with the 50 stars says, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Thank you for your dedication and keeping us informed. You are the first person to look for information. Thank you so much for that. Brittany Moore with 500 stars says, thanks, George. Thank you so much, Brittany. Montana with 99 stars as well. Thank you so much. Rotation but no touchdown, she said. Thank you very much, Erica. Is the cold front past Louisville now? I'll check on that for you real quickly. Yes, the cold front is past Louisville. The cold front's also past northern Hardin County. So everyone that's behind this line of storms, so places like Radcliffe, Louisville, Breckinridge County, Meade County, going toward Owensboro, Central City, Greenville, Hopkinsville, even the backside of Russellville, Oak Grove, Murray, Mayfield, Benton, Paducah, Marion, Morganfield, Henderson, Owensboro. All of you are clear. So we're starting to get some all clears coming through. Okay, so that one's moving out of the state, so we're not going to worry about that one at this point. Down here to Cumberland, you're still under that tornado warning as well for southeastern Kentucky. That goes for another 18 minutes there. That's a slow mover. And then they've canceled their tornado warning for Bowling Green, which is accurate because, once again, we saw that it just was not coming down to the ground. And also now it's starting to become more forced or more closer to that cold front, which means that it's going to start sharing energy with the cold front, which means that it doesn't have as much to be concentrated. So that threat should really diminish in Bowling Green. Let's go ahead and check one more check back in with Heather and thank her for her work tonight.
I see some clearing behind. I see a nice cell. Man. see what else is out there.
She's going to have to head to Tennessee if she wants anything else in that area. Thank you so much to Heather. Big shout out to her. I'm glad we could help her grow a little bit. She just started her channel, but she's been doing this for quite some time.
Absolutely welcome. Weather Now, Kentucky. Go follow them, you guys.
She's so nice. All right, thank you to her. We're going to close her out for now. Let's see here. I want to make sure we haven't missed... I don't think we've missed any more updates yet. Or that's not even the right thing. Lord have mercy. Okay. No, it's also the same forecast. So nothing changed there. Clouds are really beginning to fill in now. StormNet is showing a potential spike in tornado activity. Let's see where that is for. Greene County, just northeast of Glasgow. Let's keep an eye on that. We're going to go on board here live with Mr. Arnold. He might have something. There's a storm chaser at Burger King in E-Town. Yeah, they're probably just positioning themselves to be able to chase in case this northern portion becomes more severe. There's your wall cloud for the severe storm. I want to be clear, that's not a tornado yet. That's just a massive wall cloud. And again, he is... you can actually see it on his...
He's... There could be something big over these trees, but I can't...
He is down here on the south side. This is him right here. He's heading up toward Exie and Node and Newt along Highway 68, which is not currently warned in any way. However, you saw what we saw right there, which was a pretty large wall cloud.
And I can't tell what it is, and I see raindrop traffic around it, though. Cannot tell if it's on the ground. You'll be able to see it here in a second. It's on the right side of the screen.
He's definitely got something there. We just can't tell what it is yet. And he did indicate that it is rotating. Okay, it looks like it's just a wall cloud. You might have something starting to drop right there, though. We're going to stay on board here with Brad.
No.
And, of course, he loses service for a second. We'll come back to him in just 1 second. So, real quick recap of what's going on so far. If you're just not tuning in here, I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here with WNK, here live with you on the significant weather alert day. The tornado warning does still exist down here for Cumberland, Kentucky. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rotation charts there and see if we see anything significant to look at. It looks like it's still rotating a little bit, very, very, very slightly. Doesn't look like it's anything super, super impactful at this time. Now, of course, that could change over the next couple of minutes there. But at this moment, it doesn't look like anything super impactful. If we look at this cell that he's chasing, it does have some very broad rotation to it, but nothing looking imminent in that location either. So both cells are kind of, to me, on even basis, which is why I'm not sure why this is not even severe warned. Let's see if we can go back on to him live here. He is not live at the moment. Looks like his stream may have dropped. So overall here, the cold front is passing the I-65 corridor right now. Once this does pass you, once again, you are all clear. So places that are behind this line, so anywhere that is behind this current line right here is all clear. So anywhere to the left of this line. Barstown, you're getting a casual thunderstorm at this time, not severe. It's Bama Girl TNWX, Grizzly Gang on YouTube. Bowling Green is not under any immediate threat right now, and the cold front is approaching you right now, which means you should be able to be in all clear in about 15 minutes. Let's see if we can get back on board here with them. What do you guys think? Do you think it's going to work? I don't think so. So, we're not going to be able to get on board with him yet. Ryan is, in his squad, is not live anymore either. Let's go back up here to the severe warning up here for our friends in Mount Olivet, Sardee, and Shannon and Maysville. Let's take a look at that real quickly and see if they have anything to worry about up there, as that is severe warned as well. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity charts here. Looks like straight line winds are the main threat up here. I'm not seeing any rotation of any kind. But it looks like there is a wall of straight line winds up to 60 mile per hour. So this is a valid severe thunderstorm warning for those folks along the border there. More locally into Mount Olivet. Looking like 50 mile per hour winds. The main case there is what we're measuring on radar here. So again, not seeing any rotation with that severe warning up there in Mount Olivet or anywhere up there in northeastern Kentucky. Excuse me on that. I'm so sorry. Allergies have been getting to me pretty much all day here. Pretty much all day here. All right, let's see if we can get back on board here with him yet. He's not on live yet. Darn it. I really wanted to see that one. Because to me, it does look like it's rotating, but it looks like it's elevated rotation. So it doesn't look like it's making contact for the ground, at least on radar. But of course, you never really know. So having that chaser there really helps with a lot. So right now, that's kind of what everything looks like. We have the one tornado warning in Kentucky. That's just outside of Kentucky. The one tornado warning is down here for southeastern Kentucky. And even that doesn't look all too impressive at the moment. So we're back into a bit of a calmer period. But just like 30 minutes ago, at any bit, or at any moment, I should say, it gets sparked back up again. So we're going to stay here with you guys. Bowling Green is not all clear yet. Radcliffe is all clear. Yes, that is correct, Shelley. Although I imagine it probably gets dropped some point relatively within the next hour, hour and a half or so. Ashley, thank you for that update there. There's another line going to Franklin. I believe you're all clear. Looks like the cold front is not even going to that cold front line is not even going to reach you. If it does, looks like it's just regular showers at that point. What in the world? Some people are just such doofuses, man. The way people drive anymore. E-Town is all clear. That is correct. Spencer County, you're not all clear just yet. You have a strong thunderstorm pushing through that area here very soon, if not already doing it. And it's not all clear just yet. However, that does not look to be severe. I don't think it will turn severe for you either, but you're not all clear just yet. I know it's like Aaron's still up there with that tornado damage. Is he back to being live yet? Not just yet. Sierra with 99 stars, Mitchell with 25, Jordan with 99. Thank you so much for your stars. Thanks for actually covering the storm and not playing 2 minutes of ads right after the cows went off. Jordan, I got you, my friend. Thank you so much. Melinda with 200 stars. Thank you so much for your contribution there as well. I appreciate all of your all-star donations tonight. It has been phenomenal. Thank you guys. I enjoy being here with you all. All clear means all clear of a severe threat. BG is not all clear just yet, but they're very close. Looks like a walkout in Barstown. It might be, but it's not anything severe. Again, I'm keeping a very close eye on the Glasgow area. That one cell has left your area. You're now getting the cold front to approach you. So here in about 15 to 20 minutes, you'll actually be all clear as well. As of now, it looks like just regular weak thunder showers pushing through the Glasgow area. Sierra with another 200 stars. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, you do have a strong thunderstorm heading toward Greene County. However, it does not look to be severe at this time. Angie said, thanks for a bunch for letting us hang out with you. I was going nuts, Butler, until you went live this afternoon. Angie, we are always here. Always here. Thank you so much. Is it going to? It's this one cell is past Greensburg now. Now you just have the cold front to worry about, and even that doesn't look too strong. So you should have it all clear here very soon as well. Looks like Brad is back on, but his stream is still going in and out. So we're going to stay off of that. The storms that are going toward New Haven right now are currently not severe. Oh my God. Corey with the 5,000 stars. Thank you so much, my friend. Corey, you're awesome, dude. You're an awesome dude. Thank you so much for those 5,000 stars and helping us out tonight. And as always with Corey, thank you so much. We have some exciting things coming up to announce with Corey here very soon with you. And we're going to do that probably here in a few weeks. So thank you so much to Corey for all he's done for us. Thank you so much, man. Brittany with the 99 stars. Thank you so much for your stars as well. Christy, thank you for your 99 as well. Berea and Richmond, currently nothing going on there. You still have a couple of cells to push through here soon. Currently, those cells, though, look non-severe. Tornado warning was expanded out here for southeastern Kentucky, but that's on the other side of Kentucky, so we're going to drop coverage on that cell. And that means that there are no active tornado warnings in Kentucky. Let's go ahead and check out back in on our friends in northeastern Kentucky here for a second. Because this looks like it's the only real severe warning at this time. Not seeing any rotation there. It looks like, if anything, it's straight line winds up to about 55 to 60 mile per hour, pushing through to the border there, bordering Ohio. So, with that said, we have really no imminent threats. Actually, let me go ahead before I put my foot in my mouth, and let's look at this one down here toward the London and Corbin areas. Looks like a burst of winds down there. However, it doesn't look like anything significant. Don't even see anything remotely close to rotation. 60 mile per hour winds, the main threat there. Let's go ahead and check back in on this cell just to the south of Campbellsville. It seems to be the most notable one at the moment. Even though it's not severe warned, it's still rotating very broadly, which means it's rotating above the surface and not coming any more remotely close to the ground. So nothing to really worry about there at the moment either. So far, so good throughout Kentucky at this moment. Once again, though, that can quickly change, as we've seen several times. Corey with another 1,000 stars. Dude, stop it, man. As long as I'm clear, haha, you're the best, my friend. Thank you so much, Corey. I can't wait to announce some of the things that we're doing together. Megan with the 145 stars. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Richmond not under any kind of threat at the moment. Still in a tornado watch until, I believe, 10 p.m. Eastern time for that area. So keep an eye out until then. No one says anything about Edmonson County. I believe I'm really... I've talked about Edmonson County plenty, and I've covered both the tornado warnings there. So please don't tell me I'm not doing my job. Thank you. But going over here toward Edmonson County, that cold front's going through now. About 10 more minutes, you'll be all clear, and you won't have anything else to worry about for the night. Abby with the 99 stars. Thank you very much. If traveling from Columbia to Campbellsville, when should I leave? From Columbia to Campbellsville? It looks like if you leave in about 10 minutes, you actually get there before you get in any rain shower activity out here. So I would say about 10 minutes, it'll be perfect shot. Or if you want to, you can wait till after the cold front comes through. Sierra with another 330 stars. Thank you so much. I appreciate your star donations as well. You've made several of them. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know, Jennifer. People just pick and choose when they want to be bitter. Flemingsburg is... let me see, because I always get lost in Flemingsburg for some reason. That's the one up there in northern Kentucky, isn't it? Flemingsburg's in way northern Kentucky, isn't it? Or am I off base? It is. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm perfect. I'm still learning the layout of northern Kentucky. Yes, over here. Flemingsburg is not all clear yet. You saw the cold front come through way later on tonight. Tornado warning has been expanded once again to... What is going on over here in southeastern Kentucky? Let's check in on this in southeastern Kentucky, because this keeps getting expanded, and I'm not seeing a whole lot just yet. So let's take a look here. Again, looks like some weak rotation near Cumberland that's heading toward Whitesburg and Jenkins. I'm not really sure why they expanded it all the way back up here if they already put the warning out down here. I'm lost. I'm lost on that one. Let me look at it again. I don't want to sit there and be mean. Yeah, I'm just lost. I am just lost. I see rotation there, but it's a lot like the other rotations that we've been seeing. It's been very broad, hasn't been anything too significant. I mean, there is a nice backwards comma there, so I'm not going to knock it, but I'm not really sure why they expanded it this way and that way. Maybe they just don't know the general path, so we'll keep an eye on it right now. Right now, it's in Cumberland, exiting toward the Kentucky and Virginia borders there, and it looks to be the only real threat at this time. We'll continue to get back to some of your comments and questions. Alyssa with the 500 stars. Oh my gosh, thank you. Naoma with the 200 stars as well. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all the stars. Is there rotation in Danville? There is not. Jay, can you give me the county that you're in, please? People are saying Boyle has rotation. I haven't seen anything there. Scottsville is picking up. Let's go ahead and check back in on that for you. I'm not seeing any rotation there at all. I only actually even see one lightning strike as well. So it looks like it's just a massive thunder shower. Samantha, I appreciate your comment. Have a good night. Thank you so much for your kind words. Yeah, it looks like that strong cells past Campbellsville now. You just have the cold front to come through here in about an hour, and then you'll be all clear as well. I do want to take a real quick gander at this one, just to the south of Frankfort. It's got a weird little shape to it. Yeah, it's wanting to spin up a little bit. So we're going to keep a real close eye toward Alton and Frankfort up there in north central Kentucky. Again, not anything imminent, but it's got a nice shape to it. It's got that strong cell looking shape to it. So we'll keep an eye on that area. Frankfort, we're going to keep an eye on your area here for a little bit. Bardstown, you got about 15 minutes till you're in the clear. You're actually about to get a thunderstorm to push through your area here any second. Oh my goodness, my YouTube chat was closed. What in the world? No wonder I wasn't seeing YouTube. Strong wind and rain in Bardstown currently. John, thank you for that report over there on YouTube. Anytime frame on when the main line will reach Somerset. Thanks again for all you do. Julie, I appreciate you tuning in. You still probably have, honestly, a couple of hours until that cold front gets to you. But by that point, it should be mainly just a big rain shower. At least that's what model data was showing. Someone asked if Mumfordville was clear. You still have about 25 to 30 minutes till that cold front gets to you. You're not all clear just yet, but just know that at no point in the last 3 hours has this produced a severe warning. So you could probably manage off of that, basically saying you're all clear. But until this cold front gets past you, I won't officially put it out there. I'm continuing to keep an eye on this Frankfurt cell. It's catching my eye. I'm going to go over here and look at the other radar as well here. Let's go up here toward Frankfurt. It's really catching my eye. Yeah, there's a little. It's not a lot at all. It's really not a lot at all. But there's a little bit of rotation there, just to the south of Frankfurt, just to the north of Lawrenceburg, just to the west of Versailles or Versailles, whatever you want to call it. It's not a lot, but if this keeps going, this might turn into a supercell. We'll have to keep in. I shouldn't say that. A rotating cell. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that up there. It's not a lot, but it's something that's just catching my eye up there for Frankfurt. Let's go ahead and check back down on southeastern Kentucky, actually, before we close out this radar once again. I want to check back down in here once again on this cell that is just refusing to die out. It is still rotating as well, but it looks extremely weak. I'm not sure that's even still a tornado at this point. We'll keep an eye on that for you all, though, down there as well. So far, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, both for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. And tornado warning down here for southeastern Kentucky. It looks like it's weakening. That looks to be about it at the moment. Kaylee, thank you for the update in Bardstown. Tony, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate that, my friend. Alan on YouTube says, thanks for the live weather reports today. Till next time, Alan, stay safe, my friend. Rolling Green looks nasty out. Are in clear. I'm sorry, what I said? How long for Lebanon? You still got to probably about an hour or so until that cold front actually gets to you. This cold front's moving slow, guys. It's moving slow. Is Hodgenville clear? You're just about 10 more minutes, and then that line will be past you. Are you asking if Bowling Green's in the clear? Is that what you said? Bowling Green looks nasty out. Are in clear. Yeah, Bowling Green, you got about 15 more minutes till you're in the clear. That cold front's just taking forever to get past you. Just taking forever. Looks like these two guys are parked. Oh, they're moving, but they're... Where's he going? I think he might be heading up here for Barstown, because this one up here is kind of look like it's getting a little bit stronger as well. Nothing there just yet on rotation measurements. Let's go ahead and take a look over here at radar scope as well. I want to look at this Frankfurt area once again. Okay, that rotation has since dissipated. So what little rotation was there looks like it's gone back down. So that's a good sign. Georgetown time frame, you got about 20 minutes until that cold front gets past you, or until it gets to you and starts to go through you. About 30 minutes till you're all clear. Bardstown, you got a strong thunderstorm, but non-severe going through your area right now. About 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be all clear. Pouring down the rain here in Somerset. Yeah, you got that. It's just a steady rain shower going on out there. It's nothing severe, but it is just kind of considerably just staying steady right there at the moment. Cynthiana, you're all clear. Springfield, you're all clear. New Haven, let's see here. New Haven, you got about 15 minutes till that line gets fully past you, but I mean, this line hasn't produced a thing. So you can pretty much just say you're all clear at this point. Thank you for Aaron for that update out of Ghent. Charina, thank you for that 99 stars. I know I just absolutely butchered that name. I'm so sorry about that, but thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you. Scottsville, you're almost past that cold front, so you're actually almost all clear, despite some of this stuff going on down here. We'll keep an eye on that area, though. I'm not going to say it just yet, but you're getting close. Nothing severe down there at the moment. Sadieville, can you give me the county or a bigger city that's near you? Sonora, you're all clear. Richmond, you still got a couple hours till that cold front gets to you, so you're not all clear yet, but signs point toward things weakening considerably. What are the black markers near Ashland and Huntington? Those are damage reports. I'm sorry. Those are damage reports. Grayson County near Litchfield, you're all clear. Lexington and Winchester, you got about an hour and a half till the cold front gets to you, but just know that everything so far has been pretty tamed. For that side. Dixie Highway area, you have to tell me where, because Dixie Highway runs all the way through Kentucky. Frankfurt, you got a strong thunderstorm going through there right now, but it currently looks like it's on the weakening trend. I know it's probably loud out there, but nothing severe at that point. Nelson County sounds a little crazy. You got a strong thunderstorm going through there, probably quite loud, but it is non-severe, and once that passes you, you'll be all clear. Grayson County, Kentucky, you are all clear. E-Town's all clear. PRP is all clear. Can you see my comments? Jonathan, you're all clear, my friend. Take care of the baby, my friend. Louisville, you're all clear. I want to say real quickly, once again, thank you guys for all the new followers tonight, all the new subscribers on YouTube, all the stars you guys have sent, all the shares and comments you guys have made. Thank you guys so much for all of your support tonight and trust throughout a pretty hard day for a lot of Kentuckians. Thank you guys a lot. Nicholas County, you're not all clear, by the way. The cold front still has to go through. You probably got about 45 more minutes for whoever was asking about Nicholas County. Yeah, we were watching that one up here toward Maysville. Hasn't been tornado warned for a while up there. We're waiting to get some photos and videos for that location. Yes, E-Town's all clear. Yeah, Ripley, Ohio. Yeah, it's still going down up there in Ohio, but we don't cover Ohio, so we try to stay in Kentucky. Yes, Glendale, you're all clear. Yes, guy, I appreciate that. Marion County, Kentucky, you're not all clear just yet. Got about an hour, hour and a half till the cold front gets to you at this time. What is this back here? Okay, it's nothing. I don't know, but it's just some really, really hard rainfall. I was like, what in the world? We're going to keep it focused over here on eastern Kentucky where it looks like more of the action is. Yeah, Cynthia is all clear. Cave City's all clear. Awesome, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you, my friend. By the way, if you guys know that you're kind of in a smaller town, try to give me that bigger city that's near you. Like, for example, if you're in, let's go really zoomed in here. If you're in Browning, Kentucky, try to give me Bowling Green, you know, just for an example there, because I'm not going to know, guys, it's impossible to know every single small town. You know what I mean? 120 counties. Like, for example, if you're in Rineyville, you would give me Elizabethtown. So, for examples, just examples like that. So, try to give me the bigger city you're near so I can help identify things a little bit quicker and more efficiently for you. Nicholasville, Kentucky, you're not all clear just yet. You got a little bit longer there until that cold front gets to you. You got about an hour, hour and a half or so until you're all clear. But just know, things have trended down for that area. Midway going to Frankfurt, are you in danger? No, you are actually under a casual thunderstorm up there. Nothing severe at this moment. We've been keeping an eye on it, just watching it for you, but nothing's rotating. Nothing looks too crazy out there for that area. E-Town's all clear. Liberty, can you give me a bigger city that you're near? Or are you talking about West Liberty over here? See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. A lot of people don't understand. There's a West Liberty. There's an East Liberty on the other side of the state. There's a Liberty. So I'm trying to figure out where you guys are at. Because there's so many towns that have the same names in Kentucky because, you know, Kentucky. Edmonton is all clear. I know it's raining there, but it's all clear. Trust me, the cold front's past you. Yes, Alvaton's clear as well. Tompkinsville, you're clear as well. Wait, Tompkinsville, you're not clear. I'm sorry. I misspoke on that. Everything down here towards the southern portion of Kentucky sounds the exact same. Burkesville, Pomseyville, Scottsville, everything's Ville down there. So Tompkinsville, you got about an hour till that cold front gets past you. About 45 minutes, actually. Until then, you're not going to be all clear. So you got about 45 minutes down there. The Rue is all clear. Yes, it's just rain. Williamsburg, Kentucky, you are still quite a while away from being all clear down there. However, I will tell you that the rest of what you're going to see tonight is not going to be any worse than you've already seen. Upton is all clear. Again, guys, where is Liberty? I see multiple Liberty questions. Let's look this up. I need to learn anyway. See, Liberty's so small, it's barely even popping up on Google. What is a bigger spot near Liberty? It looks like it's in southern Kentucky somewhere. Yeah, it's also important to remember I've had maybe 6 hours of sleep in the last 2 days. So my brain is like, it's a little bit, found it. Let's go. Liberty, Kentucky. Well, I didn't know I had so many fans out there from Liberty, Kentucky. By the way, got a bit of a stronger cell pushing through here in about 15 minutes. Does not look severe, but it does have quite a few lightning strikes with it, so watch out for some loud thunder out there and maybe some gusty winds. But does not look severe at this moment. So you still have about a couple of hours until that cold front gets past you. So you got a nice little window left to go out there in Liberty. And now I know where Liberty's at. Yes, Breckenridge County is clear. Scottsville, you are clear as well. Or you're close to being, yeah, Scottsville, you're clear. Marion, you're just kind of watching out for that cold front at this point. Nothing severe along that line, so I wouldn't expect it to suddenly turn severe. But we're just going to keep an eye on it for you guys. Sandy Hook, I know where that one is because I learned that earlier today when there was that tornado warning there. I believe that's over here, right? Now, that's another small town. Oh, I think I remember. I guess I was wrong. I don't remember. Where's Sandy Hook at, guys? I'm getting to the point where I'm just going to start asking you guys for help. I know it's somewhere around here. Y'all, you gotta give me the bigger towns near you. It's so impossible to know every little small town, guys. It really is. East of Moorhead. Thank you. See, it's a community effort. It's a community effort. There is a special weather statement out there just to the north of you. However, there's nothing immediately impacting your area. It looks like some strong thunderstorm activity going on out there. Let's go switch radars. Yeah, some strong rain shower activity. And actually, all those rain showers that you're seeing now are going to help keep you below severe limits for probably the rest of the night out there. So I think you're probably all good to go. Thank you for that, by the way. Everyone helped me out on that. that was gonna frustrate me. Glasgow, you are... I know where that's... guys, my brain is just fried. I believe you're all clear. Let me go back and switch to the other radar here. You got about 15 minutes. You might get hit by this little smell here, but it looks like it's just rain showers. And by the way, at that point, the cold front's already passed you. So it should be all clear. Also, real quickly, I want to take a quick second while we have a moment here. Okay. So StormNet is still lighting up that southeastern portion of the state. Out here toward Whitesburg. But nothing is rotating. What am I missing here? That is so crazy to me. All right. Take a quick second here. Oh, lost my radar. There we go. Severe warning up Kentucky has been trimmed, by the way, to just those a couple counties along the border there. There's a severe thunderstorm warning now for Liberty and Middleburg, Stanford, and Lancaster. This is mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail is possible. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the rotation charts there and see if there's anything to worry about for that location. And again, this is kind of what we talked about, guys. It's don't let your guard down, even if things are seeming calm, just because they can turn quick. They can turn quickly, I should say. A little bit of rotation there. I really wouldn't call that a lot of rotation. I really wouldn't call it anything significant either. However, there is a little bit of rotation there, which may indicate a brief wind gust threat along with a brief hail threat. Yeah, not a whole lot of anything overly impressive there, but a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for 1-inch diameter hail and up to 60-mile-per-hour winds in that location. Pikeville, you're really far east. I don't think you're going to see any I really don't think you're going to see any severe weather. If you do, it'll be extremely borderline. Even if Bowling Green, even if it does hit you, the cold front's already passed you. You have no energy left. You're all clear from any severe weather. 2 chasers in Columbia. Yeah, I think that might be where that guy lives. I think he might be done. Other than that, I don't really know where he's going. Unless he's going way south, he might be heading for Nashville. So at this point, a lot of these severe parameters, and I'll show you guys, they're actually heading more toward Tennessee. Let me go ahead and pull this up here for you. Now I haven't checked on this in a while, so I might be putting my foot in my mouth here. Yeah, but you can easily see a lot of the better storm energy is definitely down toward Tennessee at this point. So that man might be heading for Tennessee. I'm not really sure what Ryan Hall's partner is doing here. He might be kind of stationary. He's not really doing a live broadcast. But that person might be Brad might be heading for Tennessee, or he might be trying to come down here to the Kentucky and Tennessee border and see if there's anything that can spark up there. So. I'm not really sure what they're doing. Overall, though, nothing looks super dangerous at this time. We have a couple of borderline severe thunderstorms, a couple of strong thunderstorms, and a lot of regular thunder showers pushing through the area. Yes, Glasgow's all clear from severe weather. Austin, thank you for your 99 stars. I'm not sure if I ever mentioned that, but thank you. Yes, Barstown, you are all clear now, my friend. From severe weather. By the way, if you didn't know, all clear means all clear from severe weather. How long have we been live for, by the way? I feel like it's been a minute. We've been live for, oh my gosh. We've been live for almost 4 hours? Jackson, I don't think so. I think you're too far east. I mean, if you do, it will be really borderline. It would mainly be hail and maybe some winds. And really, I don't think you're talking about anything tornadic, really. I don't think you're talking about, I mean, and I can't rule it out 100% because, again, when there's this much energy at play here, guys, it can turn up at any time. But everything that I'm seeing right now doesn't look like anything super indicative of anything super severe for that Pikeville area. I want to take one quick second here, look at some new model data that's coming in, just to make sure we're still on the right path with everything here. So this is actually going to be the A-triple-R model. Basically, all the future models that you look at on your phone, or all the future radars that you look at on your phone, are pretty much this model right here. So this is valid for 9 p.m. Eastern time. You can see things are weakening. They get a little bit stronger right here. I'm going to click on this real quickly just for 1 second. Just take a look. Nothing really there. Yeah. So really, we have realistically about 30 minutes left for any real severe weather, and even that's kind of turning down. So we're really on the downtrend now, guys. So if you're asking if anything is going to be severe for your area, the answer is most likely going to be no, or it might be, but it'll be very borderline. So it's really beginning to downtrend at this point. Monroe County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you for the update there. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Central Rowan and Northwestern Elliott counties as well. Now let's go ahead and check on this, make sure we're not seeing any rotation up here. Let me make sure back on that one. Nothing there as well. Let's take a gainer over here toward the Moorhead areas. Now that one is trying to rotate. Now that one is trying to, it's not tight, it's not strong yet, it's not very deep, but it is trying to rotate north of Moorhead. So we'll keep an eye on that one out there for you folks in and around the Moorhead areas. Real quickly while we're over here, let's take a little bit of a peek out here for this cell down here and along the Kentucky border. Again, still not seeing a whole lot of rotation there with that one. I don't really know why it's severe warning or tornado warning still. It should just be a severe thunderstorm warning. So there we go there. Monroe County down here is under severe thunderstorm warning as well. I knew I was forgetting one. Monroe County, West Central Clinton County, Cumberland County, South Central Adair County, under severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. The main threats there. Let's go ahead and take a look and make sure nothing's rotating there as well. I'm not seeing anything on this radar. Let's go look at the backup radar. Not seeing anything there. It looks like there is some strong straight line winds though. So heads up Tompkinsville, whatever in the world that name is, in Burkesville. Heads up for some potential strong straight line winds. Let's go ahead and take a look and measure these. 58, 58, 64, 78. That might be a little bit overdone there by the radar. I think it has a little bit of maybe I've had a little bourbon tonight on the radar there, but it looks like at least a solid 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat is absolutely at play for Tompkinsville, whatever that name is, and Burkesville down there for South Central Kentucky, including Marylebone and Burkesville, leaving Fountain Run, leaving Flippin, and Hestand and Judio and Kettle. And then for Moorhead, you're under severe thunderstorm warning right now for the potential for wind gust up to 60 mile per hour. Is that Moorhead area going to head toward the Ashland areas? It will eventually, yes, but it'll take about an hour. There's a lot of rainfall for it to go through, so I expect it to weaken as it heads that way. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate that. Georgetown, I believe, is all clear. Let me double check that real quickly. Well, you got a strong thunderstorm about to push through that area in about 50. It'll be there about 10 minutes. It'll last about 10 to 15 minutes, and then you'll be all clear. They've canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Moorhead. That's what we're talking about. It looked like it was weakening pretty quickly, and they have gone ahead and canceled it. So the main focus of warnings is down here for southeastern and south central Kentucky. That is the main focus for warnings at this time. So we're going to just kind of zoom in right here so you guys can kind of see it a little bit better. Just to the south of Danville and Liberty and Middleburg, Stanford, you have a strong cell there, capable of strong winds. I'm going to take a look. Make sure that we don't have any rotations going on. We might have a little bit of one right there. There might be a little bit of rotation in this Liberty cell, just north of Liberty, around Highway 1552 toward Middleburg as well. There might be a little bit of rotation there, maybe indicating some stronger wind gusts. It's definitely not tight or deep enough for it to be indicative of tornadic activity. So that should be okay there. We'll keep an eye on that for you guys. And then once again over here toward Hayden and whatever in the world that name is, I'm going to attempt to pronounce that. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat here. And that looks like it is also weakening as it's heading east. We'll keep an eye on that for you. So the only real threat right now in Kentucky are these two areas. And the main threats are going to be for straight line winds of 60 mile per hour in those areas. Oh, this one's looking like it's starting to try to get a little hook to it. Let's take a look at this again. Don't see anything on this radar. Let's double check with the other radar to make sure that we're looking at the right thing here. Wrong radar. Whoa, who zoomed in? Okay, no, it's still just straight line winds. Okay. Oneida? Yeah, maybe. Carter County around Grayson? Are you talking about Grayson County? Can you give me a bigger city near you? Yes, Hannah, I believe so. Barron County, you're all clear, by the way. East of Moorhead? Okay, where the severe thunderstorm warning is. Thank you so much for that, by the way. Boyd County. Wait, did someone say Boyd County? No, it said Boyle. Okay. Southwestern Boyd, Southern Greenup, and Carter County in northeastern Kentucky. Thank you for helping me with that. Again, I'm still kind of getting familiar from for that far eastern. I feel good about 110 counties in Kentucky, but those 10 counties in far eastern and northeastern Kentucky still give me a little bit of trouble. Severe thunderstorm warning for Boyd, Greenup, and Carter County. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, the main threats there. However, once again, just to keep in mind that this is looking like it's running into a wall of rain showers. So I don't expect this to keep up for too much longer. But nonetheless, they put a warning out for it, so we mentioned it. Dandyville, you have a strong cell to your south. You have about an hour till that cold front gets to you, then you'll be all clear. Someone asked about Washington County. I'm just going to take a look at that real quickly for you. Washington County, got a strong thunderstorm moving through there, but it doesn't look like anything severe, and there's a lot of rain with it, so I don't expect it to get severe. So just update there. You'll be all clear here very soon up there in Washington County. Barron County, you're about 15 minutes from being all clear, by the way, whoever's asking about that. You're about 15 minutes. This cold front is passing through you right now, and then you'll be all clear. So very, very, very soon there. Lawrenceburg and Willisburg. Lawrenceburg is all clear. I would say all clear, but about 15 to 20 minutes from me and all clear up there in Lawrenceburg. LaRue County is all clear. Washington County, you're almost all clear. About 15, 20 minutes for you as well. And again, none of these storms, by the way, are severe with this line. So, all clears is imminent as well. But just know that even the line that's pushing through now is not severe in those areas. Mark, I don't usually like to speculate on those things, but at least from the radar scans that I saw, it was probably the strongest tornado of the day. And I'll just leave it at that. And then we'll post an update tomorrow when the surveys get done. Of course, Audrey, thank you for tuning in. Yes, Miranda, and I've said Glasgow is clear probably about 10 times. Glasgow's all clear, I promise. Cub Run is in Brownsville, close to Hart County. Gotcha. All clear. Bowling Green, all clear. All right, guys, I gotta run to the bathroom again. Lots of water today. I think I'm genuinely on my 10th water bottle at this point. But I've done good. No monsters today. Only 1 cup of coffee this morning. And for running on 2 hours of sleep, I feel like that's pretty good. Water might actually be helping more than the energy drinks, which I'm learning tonight. But I'll put the radar into motion here for you. You can see the yellow boxes are your severe thunderstorm warning, so I'll pull it out just a little bit so you can kind of see a little bit more. And I'll be right back. Give me like 90 seconds. All right, sorry about that. We are back now. Thank you so much. Mercer County is almost clear as well. Georgetown's almost clear as well. For those of you that are asking on YouTube, is this a record live? I am live right now. Yes, on YouTube. I'm sorry. For some reason, my YouTube chat just freezes all the time. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, I'm going to start timing people out because I've answered. If I've answered your same city or county 10 times in the last 5 minutes, it's probably not changing. Yeah, I maybe mentioned Glasgow tonight a record amount of times. Tonight. I don't want to hear the word Glasgow again for another 2 nights because I'm gonna have nightmares about it. That's how many times I've answered Glasgow. Oh man. Alicia, thank you for tuning in here. Yes, it should say non-severe up there for Georgetown. Freddie, thank you for that update there. Thankfully, in Richmond, it's currently non-severe. I'm not even being mean. It's just I've answered that Glasgow area so many times. Oh, man, you got to have a little bit of fun. You got to have a little bit of fun. Things aren't dangerous right now. So you got to have a little bit of fun. By the way, I appreciate you guys asking me. I'm not mad at you guys for asking. It's just that Glasgow area, it has been, every time I look up, it is there, and I've answered it. Jonathan. Oh, man. Steven with the 6,600 stars? Oh, my goodness. Thank you for today, man. Hashtag beat Corey, hashtag buzzer beater, hashtag water fun. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I do need a water fun. I'm trying to be a little bit better about what I'm drinking. Steven, thank you for the 6,600 stars, my friend. I really appreciate that, dude. I can't wait to look forward to what we're going to be able to accomplish over our relationship. So thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. Stay safe out there. I'm sure you're going to have some busy days upcoming. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that. Hashtag beat Corey. I love it. Non-severe in Pulaski. It is non-severe in Pulaski, yes. Cynthiana's all clear. Tim, I appreciate that. Yeah, our first alert for this day went out 6 days ago. I am super proud of our team. We identified it really quickly. We saw it on, and then each day we just kept checking on it, and then it kept trending up a little bit, and then here we are now. And while today wasn't as bad as forecasted, admittedly it wasn't as bad as forecasted. There were still, I believe, 7 confirmed tornadoes. Is the last time I checked. 7 confirmed tornadoes from the morning round, most of which were in central and eastern Kentucky. And then we had, I know at least 3 more tonight, 2 of which may have been violent category, which is EF2 or greater. So double-digit tornadoes did today verify. I think it's borderline because of how much we talked about it. I haven't put this much time into a forecast. Now, I dedicate all my time to every forecast, right? But more specifically for this forecast, I haven't put this much time into a forecast in quite some time, truly. So this was our forecast, in case you guys missed it. This is what we posted 36 hours ago, and we haven't changed it. This is what we posted 36 hours ago. Best zone for severe weather was in this red zone. We saw a few tornadoes this morning in this red zone. We also saw a few more this afternoon in this red zone. So I'm confident that this is going to verify. This orange zone, we saw several severe thunderstorm warnings this morning in this orange zone as well. I've seen a couple of severe warnings now in the orange zone. We saw a couple of tornado warnings near Bowling Green as well. Pikeville, you haven't seen a thing yet. So you're in our lowest zone. Pikeville hasn't seen a thing yet. That's working out well there. I'm really proud of the forecast. I really am. I can't wait to go through. You guys know we love transparency over here. We're going to post a forecast review for you guys to review and judge for yourselves. But I'm already loving what I'm seeing. And we have a tornado warning out of nowhere out here in southeastern Kentucky. Let's go ahead and take a look at that real quickly. This is the same spot? It is. It's Harlan. Again. Okay. What am I missing here? This is the third time a tornado warning has went up in southeastern Kentucky, and on radar there's no rotation. What am I missing? Nothing. There's nothing here. Is it observed? Radar indicated rotation. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Plex. Okay, this is gonna. I gotta get to the bottom of this. This is gonna irritate me. Oh, you know what? I think I figured out what it was. It skipped my mind. I'm never afraid to admit my mistakes. It skipped my mind that they are so much higher up in elevation and that we needed to turn the radar angle up. And as soon as I did that, we have rotation showing up. My apologies, National Weather Service. I'm not afraid to admit where I mistook. Okay. We're back on board here. It completely skipped my mind there for a second. I'm not even going to try and hide it. So when I do this, it should look a lot different. It's still, don't get me wrong, it's still not anything significant. I'm not seeing anything hardcore with this rotation at all. Remember some of the rotation signatures that we saw earlier? We had that green next to that red or green next to yellow. I'm not seeing anything like that, so I don't think it's anything strong by any means, but it's there. It's valid. So Harlan, Kentucky, Everett, Kentucky, make sure you're in your safe spot at this time. And then more importantly, that was located over Black Snake or 10 miles southwest of Harlan. And really, I'm quite surprised because this place is so high in elevation. Usually, they don't really get very many tornadoes. So it's kind of a rare night for southeastern Kentucky. Jocelyn, according to the National Weather Service, this is the third tornado warning to go through here. So it's, and you know, none of them have looked impressive. I mean, they're there, but none of them have looked impressive. They're probably playing it safe because when you have those elevations with radars, guys, it can get really tricky on the angles at which you look at that radar. So while I don't think it's anything super impressive, I do think that there is definitely enough concern because now that I turn the radar tilt up, you can actually see a little bit of a hook there as well. Still not seeing a ton of rotation with it, but we do see a little bit of a hook there. So I won't judge too much. I'm still not going to treat it like it's some high class tornado warning because again, even with turning it up on the radar, there wasn't very much there, but there was enough, I would say, to warrant a tornado warning. See how little that is? I have to zoom in that far just to get in there. I don't think it's anything really significant, but of course, every tornado warning should be treated with respect. So South Wallowins, Harlan, Everett, make sure you're in your safe spot at this time. Avoid going outdoors. Ashley with 200 stars, Jessica with 99 stars. Thank you guys so much for your star donations as well. I appreciate that. Whose face is on the map? That would be my face. How's Barstown looking? Barstown's all clear. Lightning and raining in Harlan. Crystal, if you're in Harlan, let me know what's going on down there. Because the radar apparently is having a really hard time picking it up. So if you could be our eyes in the sky safely. Don't go risk your life or do anything crazy like that. That's not important. But if you can just let me know what's going on down there, I would appreciate it because the radar is having a hard time picking anything up. I'm seeing a little bit of rotation, but it's not anything that I would issue a tornado warning for. So let me know. Radcliffe, anytime good? Yes, all clear. Leroy County is all clear as well. Small Hell in Lawrenceburg. Randy, thank you for the update there. Dalen, thank you for the update there. I appreciate that. What about Williamsburg? Are you in the clear? Not just yet, but I also don't expect much more severe weather for your area, if any at all. Pikeville, Kentucky, I don't really expect a whole lot of severe weather for your area, although these cells are kind of taking aim at you. I do expect by the time they get to you, though, that the should weaken significantly, mainly because there's just so much rainfall going on around you. It's not really going to, it's going to choke off a lot of the energy. Yeah, I'm not seeing any real major severe threat for Danville. And you got about an hour until that cold front gets past you, and then by that point, you're all clear. Mouse Sterling the same way. Megan, thank you for that picture. You're talking about, is it from Harlan? Apparently my phone shut off while we were streaming. That's not good. Okay, we're back up now. This is Richmond. So what you're seeing on that video, Megan, is called Scut. That's basically the inflow of the storm trying to keep itself going. That's oftentimes confused with a funnel cloud. I can tell you that's not a funnel cloud. That's because there's no real structure to that at all. But that was a Scut cloud, which is indicative of a strong thunderstorm, but not indicative of severe weather. Rumors there's 2 storm chasers at Buc-ee's in Richmond. There's a lot of rumors going around about storm chasers tonight. At least on my map, there's a storm chaser down in Jamestown, ready probably to intercept this severe thunderstorm. There's a storm chaser in Somerset. There's a storm chaser in LaGrange, which is maybe where he lives, because he's no longer alive. There's a storm chaser all the way in northern Kentucky as well. Maybe helping with damage up there. I don't see any, at least on my map. And now there's other storm chasers out there that aren't on the map. I don't see any storm chasers in Richmond, and I don't know why they would be in Richmond. Elizabeth, thank you for the 99 stars. I appreciate that.